A warm welcome to each and everyone present over here for Clockspeed 5.0, XLRI's flagship conclave on operations and supply chain. I would like to introduce my co-host Shrideep. Shrideep has worked as a management consultant with two big fours, KPMG and Deloitte, specializing in IT strategy and IT cost optimization. He has advised clients across the BFSI and retail industries, including experience in international markets. Beyond his professional expertise, he is an avid reader and is passionate about fitness. I, Isha, along with my co-host Shrideep, feel absolutely honored to host this event. As we embark on this exciting journey, we welcome you all to a day filled with inspiration, innovation, and transformative ideas. With some of the brightest minds of the supply chain industry gathered over here, let's dive into thought-provoking conversations and valuable insights.
Absolutely, Isha. Today we come together under this inspiring theme, revolutionizing supply chains, technology, sustainability, and the road ahead. In today's interconnected world, supply chains face unprecedented challenges from global disruptions to rising sustainability demands. As James Clear noted, even the best individuals cannot succeed within flawed systems, making resilient supply chains essential for the future. This conclave explores how AI, IoT, and blockchain are transforming supply chains into intelligent ecosystems while making sustainability a core strategy. With insights from industry leaders, we aim to rethink traditional models, embrace innovation, and build supply chains that not only withstand disruptions but drive global growth and global progress.
Well said, Shrideep. And that's exactly what this conclave is all about. A beacon of knowledge where aspiring supply chain enthusiasts gets the rare opportunity to engage with today's visionary.
Absolutely. It's more than just an event. It's a platform for intellectual exchange where perspectives are shaped, ideas take flight, and learning paves the way for transformation.
And as we immerse ourselves in these discussions, we are not here to absorb knowledge but to expand our horizons, challenge conventional thinking, and truly redefine the future of supply chain industry.
So let's dive right in and embark on this exciting journey together.
Welcome to Clockspeed 5.0. To mark the Thank you so much. To mark the beginning of this conclave, we will commence with the lighting of the lamp, a timeless tradition symbolizing the radiance of knowledge and wisdom. This act signifies the enlightening spirit that today's event aims to foster, illuminating our minds and inspiring transformative ideas.
We would like to invite Father George Sebastian, Director, XLRI Jamshedpur, Father Donald De Silva, Dean Administration and Finance, Professor Sanjay Patro, Dean Academics, under whose guiding hands the event has been successful, to join us on the stage for lighting of the lamp. We also request our esteemed panelists to please join us in the stage. Thank you. We request the dignitaries to be please seated. I'd like to welcome Father George, our director, to share his thoughts on the significance of today's event.
Good morning to you all.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir.
Warm welcome to all our guests and welcome to XLRI and also students, faculty. And this is an event, supply chain is one of the important topic. Literally, Industry 4.0 depends on that. And our new campus, Jajja, is surrounded by supply chain companies. So, I am sure you will learn from our experts' experiences of how to practice supply chain in real life and how to implement it. And I wish you all that today's event, the discussion with experienced experts from industry will enrich the students' knowledge as well as they will gain insights. And as I already told you, very part of the education is in interacting with industry, organization, the people who are working, because that is the 50% of real learning, applying theory you learned in the classroom and learn from the experience of managers. So once again I welcome all the guests who will be interacting with our students and share your wisdom and knowledge to enrich our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Father, for your kind words, which always serve to encourage and inspire us. We would like to invite Father Donald De Silva, the Dean Administration and Finance, to share his thoughts on today's event with us.
Good morning to the panelists, dear students, faculty and staff. Very good morning once again. It's been quite some time that we have concentrated as XLRI Education Sources Society, helping out our students in supply chain management. Earlier it was only BM and HR. Then supply chain came into our curriculum, then sustainability, then entrepreneurship. Then one by one, the programs kept adding to our academic programs, just to keep pace with the industry and the development going on. In the supply chain, when we talk about today, last 2 decades, we see there's a lot of change happened, and the government is investing a lot of the IT infrastructure, because of which e-commerce has grown, and the method and the modalities that we used to follow earlier is quite different today. And therefore, a conference or conclave like this is going to help our students, because of your expert first-hand experience and knowledge that you're going to share with our students is going to help everyone. So all the very best to all the students, and we wish a very successful conclave today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Father, for the thought-provoking points, which will certainly remain with us as we go forward today.
We would now like to invite Professor Sanjay Patro, Dean Academics, to address us.
Very good morning, Father George, our director, Father Donald, Dean of Business Finance, the panelists who are brimming with ideas and the rich insights they have gathered from their execution, would be sharing their experiences with you, dear JP students, staff. Thanks for organizing this Clockspeed 5.0, and the logo chosen is very appropriate. Yeah? Those pulleys, those small and larger wheels, okay, when one moves, if one stops, the whole thing stops. If one moves, it sets the ball in motion. That's the reason why ERP and SAP, all those enterprise solutions have come up. And we always know that the strength of any supply chain is as strong as the weakest of its link. That is true for any organization. Okay? The strength of the organization depends on the strength of the weakest link. If the link gives in, it tears apart, then the whole system comes to a stop. So therefore, in today's context, there was a time when the Industrial Revolution started, every respectable company would produce all parts inside the four walls of the company. It was considered shameful to source components from outside. Those were the days of Henry Ford, Model T, everything. You all might be knowing, in case of Model T, the iron that was used in the car came from the Ford iron horse, that came from the Ford iron plant. The upholstery used in the car came from the Ford wool plant, which came from the Ford shipping farms. Same is the case with the tire. You can go on. Everything was controlled. There was total vertical integration. The world worked like that for 70 years. Then in 1960, post-World War, the supply chain movement started in the West, and in India we are seeing more of it only post-95. Till 95 you would say, though liberalization started in 1991, we didn't feel the pinch of it or the effectiveness of it till 96, 97. It took 5 years to roll the policy into norms and some impact at the ground level. But beyond that, beyond 95, we got forced to see the onslaught of global powers. All automobiles, if you take trucks, it was Tata Motors, the plant was here, and Ashok Leyland in Chennai. You have 15 truck plants today, all global, Mercedes, MAN, Volvo, so many, we can go on. The same thing has happened across industries. And they are not developing the product from scratch. They get the best of the product, best of the systems, and what works for this Indian market, they are rolling it out. So therefore, from a local supply chain, from a total vertical integration to local supply chain to global supply chain. When does the global supply chain work? It works when there is peace, when there is trust, instead of high supplies. The traditional, Donald is here, our chief purchase officer, he controls all that. One would always think of buying from 3 or 4 sources. Because if something happens to one source, you can de-risk. But those were the days of the 1970s. Beyond that, there was greater collaboration with the vendors. A company would give a specific work to a company, to a vendor, to a supplier, to a R&D center, to logistics, and then say, you are the best in that domain, I depend on you, you do the best. Okay? So from multiple suppliers to single supplier, single vendor development, including R&D work was entrusted to the vendors. That happened at the product level. Now coming to the services, what has happened? Yeah, Internet initiated a boom. If many of you have come from IT and many of you have done computer engineering and all that, it is because of the global supply chain that became possible post-90s, Internet. Okay, all the work that was done in New York or Switzerland or London, everything got sourced to India and other countries. Okay, when they would sleep, the work would flow here. You do the work, upload, and they get the solution. That worked very well for India and for our teeming youth. That was the Internet is like panacea. Okay, millions of Indians are working abroad. To be precise, in US, 3 million Indians there in their families. Okay, so the Infosys was the first to work on the global delivery model. When if you study the global delivery model, you develop a product in the place where it is the cheapest, refine it where it is cheapest, sell to the customer where you get the highest premium. So whether it is Boston or Bangalore or Beijing, okay, place didn't matter. You go to the place where you get the talent, where the work gets done. That's the global delivery model, and every company follows that. So the point is, at the product level, at the services level, take the recent cases. why did NVIDIA's chip markets, these share prices had shot up to the roof? AI became big, and they were the only supplier, only producer of the transistors, the processors, GPU, graphical processing units, GPUs required for AI. And you know, their stock market price had shot over Apple and it was highest above Microsoft. Okay, and then last January something happened, and one single day $420 billion was lost. What happened that day? Yeah, DeepSeek from China, who developed an AI model using the previous generation processors. Okay, NVIDIA worked on the top end processors. That's why its stock market had reached the top. But DeepSeek could use lower end processors and could come out with those output at the same, not at the same price. The cost was low, but the $200 per hour is if ChatGPT and other companies charges, DeepSeek it offered for free. Okay, so that's the kind of disruption. And in the current state, last 1 month you might have seen the globe is actually witnessing an earthquake tumult. The earthquake is not in terms of the Mother Earth's anger or Mother Earth's tectonic forces. The earthquake is about the new president of US who wants to change the world order. From 1945 till date, what was going on, post-World War till date, he wants to change the clock in the reverse direction. Some of you might have seen the discussion between Zelensky and Trump last night, the fight which is televised world over. Okay, he says playing the cards, everything is playing cards. Okay, Zelensky is not in a position to negotiate, so therefore he thought he would force upon his wishes, but you know that's a different story. But the point is, geopolitics, especially when we talk about global supply chains work in an environment of peace, camaraderie, and trust. Because you have one supplier from Austria who supplies the component for your production, for your ISRO satellite, which will be launched from Sriharikota. And there are a couple of startups in Bangalore who will be sourcing these components. How do you depend on those vendors when there is no trust? That's the reason last 2 years, post-Ukraine war, every company is building from a global supply chain again to regional supply chains. China used to supply all pharma ingredients to the world. But now US, Europe, everybody wants to have an alternate supply chain. And that's one of the reasons why there is more industrial activity in India, Vietnam, and other places. So with these kind of changes happening around on a daily basis, India by far has remained as a cool island. Yeah, because of one is a large market, large startup ecosystem. Many companies are trying to try out the business model here and then take it to other parts of the world. That's the business model of many of the MNCs. Why they do that? You have all kind of environment here, from the most sophisticated customers to the poorest. Coming to pharmaceutical or operations, or take Arvind Eye Care. Yeah, the best of the ophthalmic internships are reserved for Arvind Eye Care of Coimbatore. Because if you do a internship in New York or London, you will get only one kind of cases. People take care of the problem when it is just about to happen. But in India, you do a 1-2 month internship, you will see the whole supply chain or value chain of disease. Okay, somebody 5% infection, 15% infection, 30% infection. So that's rich experience for anybody. Therefore, things are anything that gets innovated in India, takes into account a microcosm of the world and then it can be replicated in other parts of the world. So I'm very happy, happy that all of you have accepted our invitation to come over and share your insight with the GMP students who have so many ideas, so many questions. So please make the most of it. All the best. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Pastor, for a very apt and valuable insight on the current landscape for business developing resilient supply chains.
Before we move into our first panel for the day, we would like to once again extend a warm welcome to our guests. Your presence truly elevates this event and we deeply honored to have you with us. To begin, I would like to invite Father George on stage to present a bouquet to our guest. I would like to invite Mr. Vikas Kalra, co-founder and CDO, Fitsol. I would like to invite Mr. Pradeep Singh, founder and CEO of Red Hat. I would like to invite Mr. Rijin Malayathil, Global Demand Planning Domain Lead Legrand.
I would like to now invite Father Donald to present a bouquet to our guests. I'd like to invite Ms. Sushma Chopra, Global Lead Innovation COE, Mondelez International. I'd like to invite Mr. Samrat Sehgal, Global Head of Supply Chain, Dhaka. Thank you, Father. Now I'd like to invite Professor Patra on stage to present a bouquet to the distinguished panelists.
I would like to invite Mr. Naveen Kolathur, COO, Driver Logistics. I would like to invite Mr. Srinivas Swen, SVP Zepto. I would like to invite Mr. Santosh Pandey, Head Planning and Distribution, Gulf Oil Lubricants. I would like to invite Mr. Kunal Thakur, Director, Supply Chain and ERP, MyLab. And now I would like to invite Ms. Deepta Gopal, AVP Hindustan Coca-Cola. Thank you, sir, for presenting this token of appreciation to our esteemed panelists. So, we will start with our first panel discussion now. The best way to predict the future is to create it. In the ever-evolving world of supply chain, businesses can no longer afford to be reactive. They must be proactive in shaping their future. Supply chains today are no longer linear. They are dynamic, interconnected networks that thrive on seamless data flow, real-time visibility, and predictive analytics. In an increasingly complex global landscape, digital transformation is the key to staying agile and competitive. This panel will explore how emerging technologies such as IoT, AI, and blockchain are revolutionizing supply chains by enabling greater transparency, efficiency, and collaboration. By integrating these technologies, organizations can anticipate disruptions, optimize operations, and enhance stakeholder engagement like never before. Join us as our panelists share real-world insights into how technology is shaping the supply chains of the future, ensuring they are more resilient, adaptive, and efficient in the face of evolving challenges.
We are truly privileged to introduce our moderator and esteemed panelists, each of whom brings a wealth of knowledge and invaluable insights into this engaging discussion. It is my absolute privilege to introduce Mr. Vikas Kalra, a leader who has been at the forefront of revolutionizing supply chains through innovation, strategy, and digital transformation. With over 22 years of work experience managing and optimizing global supply chains worth over $4 billion, he has driven cost efficiencies, streamlined operations, and spearheaded business transformation across industries. Currently serving as the co-founder and CPO at Fitsol, he has held leadership roles at Hero Motoko, Hindware, and JK Tires, shaping the future of procurement, sourcing, and supply chain excellence. His deep expertise spans strategic sourcing, business transformations, and cost optimization, making him a true industry leader. Beyond the corporate world, he has also contributed to academia, sharing his insights as a panelist for premium institutions. An MBA graduate from IIM Lucknow, he has further honed his skills with certifications in analytics from Kelly School of Business and advanced programs from IIT Kharagpur and CIA GICA. Let's give a warm welcome to Mr. Vikas Kalra.
Founder and CEO of Red Health, a pioneer in emergency medical response in India. Inspired by a personal experience, he founded Red Health in 2016, building it into a nationwide leader with 1,300 plus employees and JCI accreditation. Under his leadership, the company has raised $45 million from top investors like Health Squad and Jungle Ventures, a Forbes 30 under 30 and Entrepreneur 40 under 40 honoree. He is also a Cartier Red Club member and an advocate for impact-driven healthcare initiatives. Holding dual MBAs from NCR and NMIMS, he is an avid traveler, having visited 54 countries and a passionate aviation enthusiast. Let's give a warm welcome to him.
Our next panelist is Mr. Rijit Malayathan, a visionary leader in supply chain and operations with over 19 years of experience in demand planning, supply chain strategy, business process transformation, and digital innovation. As the demand planning domain lead at Ledger Group, he is driving the global transformation of demand planning processes to enhance efficiency, agility, and precision. Throughout his career, he has designed supply chains for new business processes, led synergy integration in acquired companies, established a center of excellence for demand planning in India, and managed cross-border demand planning projects. A key force in digital transformation initiatives, he continues to shape the future of supply chain management. Let's please give a big round of applause for Mr. Rijit Malayathan.
Our next panelist is Sushma Chopra, an award-winning IT leader with 19 years of experience in digital transformation, business IT, and technology-driven innovation across industries such as media, healthcare, banking, and financial services. She has successfully led IT strategy, M&A integrations, compliance, cybersecurity, and operational efficiency initiatives while working across Asia, the Middle East, North America, and Europe. Passionate about leveraging technology to enhance business experiences, she has spearheaded cloud adoption, analytics and big data initiatives, ERP implementations, AI-driven automation, and digital productivity solutions while leading large distributed teams to deliver high-performance IT solutions. Recognized with industry accolades like Champion Tech Woman, Smart Innovator, and Rising Star of IT. She is a mentor and speaker at major tech forums. Let's give a warm welcome to Sushma Chopra.
Our next panelist is Samrat Sehgal, a seasoned supply chain leader with extensive experience in global and Indian supply chain management, digital transformation, and cost optimization. Currently serving as the global head of supply chain at Dabur, he has been pivotal in enhancing availability, optimizing total delivered cost, and improving fill rates across Q-commerce, e-commerce, and modern trade channels. Previously as head of India supply chain at Dabur, he led digital transformation and operational efficiencies. His career also includes leadership roles at India's largest D2C startup and 7 years at Reckitt Benckiser, where he drove procurement, planning and supply services. With a strong foundation in pharma and tire industries, Samrat holds an electrical engineering from NIT Kurukshetra and a postgraduate from NITI Mumbai, now IIM Bombay. Bringing a global perspective on supply chain resilience and strategic procurement, he is a driving force in operational excellence. Let's give a warm welcome to Mr. Samrat.
We now inviting on stage our moderator for this panel, Aditya KS. Aditya is a marketing and sales professional with extensive experience in the commercial vehicle sector. At Daimler India Commercial Vehicles, he led marketing and sales for Bharat Benz trucks in South Kerala, driving market share expansion and spearheading go-to-market strategies for new products. Prior to that, at VE Commercial Vehicles, he played a pivotal role in scaling the businesses by developing targeted sales strategies, strengthening channel partnerships, and executing successful product launches. Aditya brings deep expertise in market dynamics and strategic business growth. So with all our panelists now on stage, we are set for an insightful and engaging discussion. Over to you, Aditya.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction, Nisha. So, when we talk about supply chain, we can imagine it to be a well-orchestrated relay race. One, where the sprint begins when the raw material moves to the manufacturing process, goes seamlessly through the manufacturing process in a seamless pattern handover, then in its final leg moves through the distribution, and before the finish line is when it reaches the hands of the customer. But it is not as predictable as I thought. There are disruptions, inefficiencies and complexities of global trade that make it a high stakes game, one in which technology, strategy and adaptability determine who comes out on top. So let us dive into the first question, which is open to the panel. So the last 5 years, we have seen numerous disruptions in the supply chain world. It may be the COVID-19 pandemic, it may be the Suez Canal blockage, the container shortage which gave rise to the chip shortage and the semiconductor issues, and one big thing, the Russia-Ukraine war. So having said all this, what are the problems that the supply chain industry, or rather you as leaders in the supply chain industries are trying to solve, and what trends are these solutions giving rise to? I think we can take one problem each and you can tell whatever problem is closer to you.
So good morning everyone. Good morning Father, Professor Madhav. It is a pleasure to be here in this campus, XLRI. Everyone at one point of time in their careers, or rather in their student phase, would have in their student days would have aspired to be in this campus. Today, after 25 years of experience, I am here, and I think I am feeling very privileged to be there in this esteemed panel also. I think the question which we talked about, if I try to elaborate a bit for the students also, I think COVID-19 is kind of a black swan event, right? It's not something which happens many times in a lifetime. It will happen probably once, maybe twice in a lifetime. And I think chip shortage, semiconductor problem, container shortages, everything was linked to that itself, right? But we have also observed, there are wars which are happening. Earlier the frequency of wars used to be much less. Maybe after World War, probably right up to 1990s, the occurrences of wars were limited, less impactful. Nowadays, I think more frequently we see it happening, some part of the world. So I think these events, probably we have a impression now that these kind of black swan events are no more black swan, they are occurring more frequently. So it is impacting the supply chains also. That's the way we feel. But the way I look at it is that overall it's a VUCA world, right? And when I say VUCA world, I think these kind of events which are happening very, very frequently, that makes it a VUCA world. And if I have to define it, it's kind of entropy. In people who have studied maybe chemistry or physics, they would be familiar with this word entropy, which is essentially the disorderliness or increase of disorderliness in any system, any isolated system. So to me it looks like that only, right? And supply chains, by the way, no more they are isolated systems, they are interconnected systems, but still we see that entropy is there, and there is an increase in the entropy, the disorderliness is increasing. So it will keep happening, I think, but what is more important to understand is that how to come out of it. And the most important thing is to understand, I think you wanted to understand what are the trends in the supply chains to basically to come out of this. I think the trends in the supply chains, if we have to talk about, and I will not talk about the problem, I would say the challenge which is there. While all this entropy or disorderliness is happening, all this COVID, chip shortage, semiconductor problem, container shortages were happening. One secular trend which is there in the in worldwide markets is that the customer expectation is continuously increasing. Whatever happens in the world, any part of the world, any geography, customer expectation is continuously increasing. And I think for the supply chain, that's the biggest challenge. How to deliver the product and improve the service continuously while keeping the cost either same or lower. I think that is the challenge which we face every day. These VUCA world problems will keep happening, people will keep coming out of it. You have one COVID, you make a plan for COVID, but by the way, there could be another problem which is completely unrelated and you are not prepared for it, it will keep happening. I think the focus of supply chain has to always remain on the customer and how you have to deliver the product to the customer with his increasing expectations. I think that's one secular trend which is there. There was a time, I think Professor Patro was talking about, how the Indian economy opened up in 1990s. I can give you one example. So one of my neighbors, he was elder to me, so one of my uncles actually, on his daughter's 16th birthday, he booked a telephone connection for her on MTNL. And after a few years, when he got the letter and went to the MTNL office, they said, we cannot install the phone because, by the way, your daughter's address has got changed because she had got married and shifted to another location in Delhi itself, and her surname had also changed. So they applied the connection when she was 16 years old, and they got the connection when she was 25 years old. It took good 9 years after booking the connection to get the connection, actually, to get it allocated. So that was the state of the economy, that was the level of patience which people had at that point of time, right? People waited for 9 years and then got the connection. I have my own experience. My father booked a Bajaj scooter in the year 1983 when we went to a place in J&K by name Udhampur, and he had got 2 transfers there. After 6 years, when we were getting transferred out, we got a letter from Bajaj saying that, in 3 months' time, you will be getting the delivery at a place which was some 50 kilometers away from our house. So that was the state of economy, right? And today, if I have to leave aside a connection, right? People are calling you up for connection. If I have to buy a mobile, I book it in the night, and by evening 8 o'clock it will be delivered in my house. And that's the level of expectation which I will have, that they should check with me at what time they will be delivering. So as a customer, that is my expectation. As a supply chain, the challenge is the supply chain which earlier was up to the distributor has now gone up to the doorstep of my consumer. He will open the door, he will say, place the mobile here. So that's the supply chain. It has got extended to the door of my consumer. Kunal is there. We were both in the D2C company, and we were managing the whole supply chain end to end, and I was delivering the product inside the house of the customer. So this challenge continuously is something which people have to, the supply chains have to work for, and they have to adapt. And I think how they are adapting, I think one secular trend again is adoption of technology. The more the technology you adopt, the better it will be, the easier it will be for the supply chains to basically evolve in a way that they're able to meet the customer's expectation. I think that is a secular trend, and the trend there is that you don't really wait for the right technology, because technology also is evolving. You can say that probably the amount of technological change which happened in the 200 years of industrialization, if you see the last 5 years, probably 90% of the changes would have happened in the last 5 years itself. The amount of change which has happened in 200 years, 90% of that would have happened in the last 5 years itself. So you really don't wait for the right technology, you see the technology, you try to evaluate against your own requirements, and you try to adapt to that technology, your own systems, and try to basically acquire that technology, try it out. If you fail, you try fast, you fail fast, and you move to the next level. I think that's the secular trend which is there in the industry. On the other side, what is also important is the organizations also need to basically evolve, in the sense the supply chain now has become basically the front function rather than remaining a back function. It used to be a back function earlier. Trend is that organizations are understanding that it is no more a back function. It is kind of a function which can actually deliver an incremental growth. So growth typically comes by additional sale, which the sales and marketing normally drives. But here the trend is supply chain has become a function which can drive incremental growth by improving the service. You can drive 1% incremental growth by reducing the stockouts. You can drive maybe 0.5% growth by improving the customer experience itself. But organizations are looking at supply chains as functions which will become growth drivers for them, not only service functions. So I think these are the secular trends: challenges, customer expectation, and ever-changing, ever-evolving customer expectation. That's my view on this. Thank you.
Your thoughts on the same?
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you first of all for having me, right? And from the SPC panel is very, very experienced. So I'll try my best, of course. We see a lot of things Samrat talked about, which is like, hey, how past has kind of evolved and how we are looking at the future. I'm being in innovation, right? I'll talk more future forward rather than more on the past side of the house. The two challenges that, if I look at from my industry perspective, and when I say my industry, I come from Mondelez, which is Cadbury's. I'm sure you guys all consume it, right? The major challenge that came in last couple of years for us is the cocoa prices. Now, of course, it's a supply chain. Why? Because it's a raw material which we use. Now, that's the raw material which is used in 95% of our products, right? And those challenges in the supply chain in terms of the cost prices and the raw material prices have kind of taken us kind of failed all our artificial intelligence or machine learning models when we use demand forecasting, planning, all of that. But suddenly we never anticipated, and the price have skyrocketed like 300% in last 2 weeks, which is crazy amount of like 300% major ingredient. I mean, what do you do? Right? So that's the biggest challenge that we had as an industry. The second challenge that we have, which is, I think Samrat did pointed out, in terms of the customer preferences. The consumers which we have, right, are continuously changing their preferences, their options. They're looking for a healthier options. I'm sure Prabhadeep is here from a Red Health, right, and he wants to look at health, but yeah, very, very healthier options. They look at a lot of personalized options as well, right? So how do we kind of keep, addressing their demands? Meet up to their demands. So these are, and I really talk about these two challenges that we have, and what do we do to get there or address them. The first thing that we do is really on the innovation side of the house and the personalization side of the house, which is really how do we really invest heavily on the R&D, because the consumer preferences are changing. We need to roll out new products. The new products should work in the market, because the percentage of the new products really getting succeeding is very small. Yeah. So you really need to back it by a lot of research, lot of data, lot of analytics. So that's the one thing that we do, which is investing very heavily. Do a lot of recipe reformulations. Now when I say recipe reformulations, cocoa prices are increasing. Can I do something to kind of bring that cocoa prices percentage maybe 10% and still maintain the quality and the taste for the sensory buds that we have, right? Which is very important for us. So that's one thing which is going on big at this point in time. The other thing is, how do we go digital? And I believe, again, innovation, technology, I would say technology, but digital is definitely the go forward that we are looking at it, right? Can I build in some kind of a models, forecast models, looking at the data that I have, because as an organization, I would collect so much of the data. Now, is there a way that I can predict some of these changes which are coming up? Could I have predicted the cocoa prices surge of 300%? I could have predicted probably 50%, 20%, but could I predict the 300%? And if I am able to do it, I'll be the king, right? Because I would hedge all of that. I would do a lot of planning around what I would have done the new product planning much before, otherwise when it's coming along. So digital is really the way it is. And the third thing is, a lot we talk about and how we kind of really bring these trends within the organization now. Let me just come back home, and within the organization, what does it drive? It really drives the actions based on data, right? We are not taking actions just because, hey, I feel, yes, it is 300% now, tomorrow it could be 400%, but today it could be 200%, no. Do I have a data to back it up? Do I look at not just the previous trends, but also a lot of the ecosystem? No, this is huge, right? While you can look at the trends, you can figure out, but can I also make a structured approach to put that together is a big challenge, and the big thing that we do. I think we do a good job in terms of doing a lot of predictive analysis using the artificial intelligence and machine learning models, so that's one. The other thing, when I came to the customers, right, and how it is changing, a lot of new models are coming up. I think Samrat again bring it up, right? D2C models, customer preferences. Hey, I need it now. I don't need it like, okay, I'm looking for a chocolate, I'm watching a movie, can I just get it now? Because that's an indulgence, right? And that's the mood you are in. So we are creating a lot of models around those D2C, which is those Jeptos, Blinkits, and all of those of the worlds. How do we bring in the partnership to kind of bring those products right there? And more importantly, it becomes important because the kind of products that we have needs to be even transported in the right temperatures and all of it, so that you get the right experiences. So my take to this is, of course there are disruptions, it will go on. The disruption pace is very fast at this point in time. Again, Samrat said, we said, okay, hey, initially it was like 10 years, 15 years, we would find one disruption. No, right now I think if you look at, Professor talked about DeepSeek, and right, we were just looking at generative AI 1 year, 2 years back, which kind of took with the storm every one of us. I'm sure every one of you have a ChatGPT, DeepSeek on your phones, and suddenly this person comes, DeepSeek, and say, hey, what were you doing? This is nothing. I can give you everything at less than 200 times of the cost, whatever that you are doing. So disruptions are rapid. The whole thing is, how do we keep ourselves enabled and keep looking at the future, right? Things will happen. But the most important is, how do I keep my eye on the vision on the future and say, hey, these are the trends coming, can I use the latest technologies to bring those at the forefront and be ready for it? That's what I would say.
Sir, your take on the same.
So, good morning everyone. Thank you for having me on the panel. About this specific challenges that we are facing, so over the past recent events that have happened, if you look at it, there's two specific challenges that I see. One is how we have in terms of visibility, there's a lack of visibility that has come out. And the second one is, like, whenever there's an uncertainty or disruption happening, how do we face it and how do we try to make the best of that situation? So these are two things that I've seen. So we are a global organization, and we have supplies coming across from across the world. So it's a complex supply chain with manufacturing sites across the globe, so different sites. So when, for example, the disruption happened, the COVID hit, there was a lot of the standard supply planning and the lead times and all these things went for a toss. So this was one of the first things that hit us, and then we realized that, okay, we have a good process in place, but when some disruption happens, then how to anticipate and how to adapt to that is something we had to really do it, we had to adapt to that situation. So the teams who are working on kind of getting that information, assimilating and then disseminating that information had a real Herculean task on their hands, and so this is something that has led to this kind of a thought process that if you have an information system, it's good, but then the quality and reliability and how it can adapt to these situations also needs to be, we have to enhance that. So that's one of the things that came up. Then component shortages, yes, so the semiconductor industry, that's the most spoken about, but like, you mentioned about the cocoa prices, same way we had the polymer situation. So it is something where there was a demand supply gap that came up because of the post-COVID scenario. And then because we have to ration this, and we have to find out which sites are holding something and which could be redistributed, or how to send this material to the right places so that the critical supplies are ensured. This particular piece would have been much more simpler if we had this kind of visibility. So we have the visibility at certain levels, but now we are going to have this into the more kind of a deep dive kind of situation. So visibility is again the connected systems that we speak about. That's something that is coming up. The global shipping lead times and the routes, all these things are getting impacted. You saw different events, container shortage, then the Suez Canal, then the pirates issue which caused them to reroute. It had a very interesting scenario where because of the weather situation, even the containers were falling out of the ships. So, some very weird scenarios are happening, and then you have to adapt to all of these kind of things. And keeping customer at the center and trying to service the customer in spite of all these challenges is something that is very important. So a trend that is coming out is that you have to have a connected system, and not just connected, but it's more reliable and adaptable. The second one is of de-risking supply chains so that you have, you evaluate the threats, and you have to monitor because the situations are happening across the globe. So the example of the Trump the administration coming in, the tariffs, the situations that can come out of that. So many things that are happening that we would have to have a system which can adapt to all these kind of things. So de-risking supply chain and kind of building that supply reliability is also one of the concerns.
Thank you for your thoughts. Sir, your take on this.
So when I got invited for this, I looked inside my company and I said, oh no, there's no supply chain department. What am I going to contribute to this? So I said, okay, I'll give you a picture of a startup and how when you create a company, that's not the first department you think of, right? And it's funny because for the company that I run, and I'm going to quickly take a couple of minutes for everyone to know what we do. The companies that you all are part of and run are very illustrious. Mine is not. 2016, as I graduated, I was, by the way, in one of these amphis studying in France at INSEAD with an idea and a personal story. My dad had an emergency in 2014. I was living in Brazil at that time, and 12 hours away. I couldn't figure out why I had to coordinate from there to get an ambulance and emergency help for my dad, who lives 2 kilometers away from one of India's foremost hospitals, right? You get the supply chain problem, but also just a human problem, right? So then I went and did MBA. I was with BCG for a while, again in the Sao Paulo office, and then I went to BCG and I said, I have an idea, I want to go and build this in India. So I came to Hyderabad and started the company called Stan Plus. That's what we were called. It was a college project, a streamlined ambulance network, Stan, and because my previous experience was with pharma, so we put plus whenever a trademark's not available, Ascoril Plus and all that, right? So Stan Plus. It became Red Health. I tell you what we do. So when you call into some of the largest hospitals in the country, if they don't have us, they will only answer 50% of their emergency calls, and they will be only able to convert 20% of those calls into an inbound patient, right? How many of you actually trust the hospital that you trust to pick up the emergency call and send an ambulance in 15 minutes? Right? Do you? Anyone here who blindly trusts? Who can say with the same confidence that you can, that Blinkit will deliver chips and colas in the next 20 minutes? I'm assuming many of you are very confident that that will happen, right? But how many are you confident that an ambulance will show up? Not many, right? So if you closely think about this problem, the problem that I set out to solve, it's actually a very intricate operations, systems, and supply chain problem, right? So then I started asking the very first principles question. As a startup, you don't have a lot to do early on but to think, right? And whiteboard. So we started asking ourselves simple questions. Simple questions like, why does a hospital own an ambulance, right? I'm assuming today, many of you, Dabur may not own many trucks, right? Why does a hospital own a truck, right? And if you promise me that you will be with me in 15 minutes, then arguably I can actually model out how many ambulances you need to service the catchment, right? You're running a 500-bed hospital with a throughput of X OPD, Y IPD, with average length of stay. I can actually model out how many come in emergency, how many come in non-emergency, and that answer, surprisingly, is not one defunct ambulance that is parked inside your premise. Now that was question number 2. Why do you need an ambulance parked inside your premise? Right? It is like every time I have to call in Uber, it leaves from a shed somewhere. So, and number 3 is that why do hospitals not talk to each other? If you're in Bangalore, anyone here from Bangalore? Yeah. So, ma'am, it's like if I'm a hospital in Hebal and the patient is in Indiranagar, I'm going to send actually an ambulance from Hebal to Indiranagar. Right? Makes no sense. So these were the basic drawing board conversations that we had to actually realize that it's a very nice operations problem to solve. And today, we do this across 26 cities, 15,000 transports a month. We are integrated across 150 hospitals, and I have less than 1% market share. I'm like, it's an incredible problem statement to solve for. So, if you call a Fortis today, the call is not answered by Fortis anymore, it's answered by Red. Right? It's my tech and my people who work together to decide which ambulance should go. It can be a Fortis ambulance, or it can be a Red ambulance, or it can be one of the partners that we've brought on board, right? But now let's talk about challenges, right? 9 years of building the company, we've obviously solved some of those problems. You must have heard Blinkit's launching ambulances. So we are launching those ambulances for them. So we are the backbone, right? So my now next set of challenges that I'm solving for are actually interoperability and data sharing, right? I tell you why. A lot of you over the last 24 hours must have really enjoyed the fruits of interoperability and data sharing. And that is UPI, right? So think of it. I opened PhonePe to transfer money to my mom who uses GPay. But I have an HDFC bank and she has an Axis, right? And things work very smoothly in seconds. Now, I have a question from all of you, which is your cholesterol data more valuable to you than your bank balance? If I ask you to give me one information of the two, give me your blood panel or give me your bank balance, which one would you prefer to give? I'm assuming blood panel, right? And on one hand, we have your financial information and actual money flowing seamlessly across vendors, providers, across supply chains, across. I paid a rickshaw guy 150 rupees yesterday, it was magical. And yet, when I enter a hospital and they say, sorry, we can't treat you, and then I have to go to another hospital, I repeat everything. Or when you call me in emergency and I have your number, I can't ping at the insurance company to say, is this person covered or not? Should I charge or should I not? It takes 6 hours to get discharged from a hospital even if you've paid insurance all your life, by the way. Right? You call me from your number, I should be able to build a profile of whether you can pay, what's your health crisis, what's your history, what's your religion, who are your family members, and then to be able to ping that DigiLocker. And by the way, government's building this, which is Abha, and it's helping all of us. So that's the crusade I am on. I want to solve the interoperability and data sharing problem, because in emergency, if I don't have information, I have to ask for information. If I have to ask for information, it wastes time. Right? So I have 12 minutes to respond. Now if I blow these 12 minutes and it is taking me 7 minutes to ask you the questions and then 5 minutes for you to do the transaction and your hands are trembling because your parent is on the ground, I've spent 12 minutes inquiring rather than responding. Right? So my supply chain and my value chain is in seconds. So I answer calls in 2 seconds, but I take 4 minutes for questions. So for me the biggest challenge is get me that data before rather than after. Right? And second, because I'm a founder and I have to also solve the big industrial global problems, but I also have to solve small problems. I have ambulances in 26 cities, right? And I'm doing org structure. I don't know who should uniforms report to, right? Like the big problem that I was solving with my team last week was, yeah, uniform नहीं पहन के लोग आ रहे हैं, right? And no, Zepto और Blinkit में uniform नहीं पहना चलेगा. But अगर मेरा बंदा uniform नहीं पहना तो there's problem, right? Because I need the guy to wear shoes, because if you don't wear shoes and you run over the stretcher runs over your feet, you are a patient. How are you going to take care of a patient? You know. Now I have to educate the person wear shoes. It says, sir, you give me the shoes. I have to buy shoes. I have to buy and disseminate shoes in 26 cities across 1,500 people in an attrition rate of 30%. Right? Now who does this report to? I went to Indigo. I said, boss, it's amazing. All your air hostesses, all your pilots are always in uniform. How do you do it? He said, I have a department. They do it. I said, but I can't afford a department. So who does this report to? Does it go to HR? People. Does it go to operations? They run it. Does it go to quality? Right? All 3 departments were fighting with me last time. I don't want it. So the thing here is that as a startup, my challenge of supply chain are here and here. And if I'm able to convince some of you that this is exciting, that'll be a victory for me by the end of this session. But it's amazing, and I don't have a supply chain department. So I think I'll speak more about this as the panel goes on. But that's the founder's life. You know, you solve macro and you solve micro on the same day.
Thanks for sharing your story, sir. It was actually very touching. So, sir, your thoughts on this?
So, thank you. I think you got quite an interesting perspective on the disruption in supply chain in the last few years. The way I look at it, there are 2 things which comes to my mind. So, of course, COVID plays a major role, and there was an era which is pre-COVID and then the post-COVID. And if we see pre-COVID, I don't know how many of us were using any such UPIs transactions we were doing, or the PTMs and all. So the government has launched these things, but once the COVID came in, then actually people realized that the power of these transactions, that of where people started using UPIs and payment banks, this came in quite fast. And that's how a lot of these companies like, either the PTMs or Zepto or Blinkit, so their existence came. So what has happened while we got adopted to use tech more and more over there, so the overall patience level has reduced a lot. So now what is happening, even if you are ordering anything over Amazon or you are doing any ordering over Flipkart or Zepto, first you want the complete visibility. Okay, so that has come into play. Now not only for the e-commerce, but that has come into play for each and every transactions what you are doing. Even you are going to purchase automotive for yourself, okay, and a specification of a car and a color if it is not available, and you do a booking today, you want a visibility where exactly it is coming, okay, and there are companies who are giving you that visibility today, and they are all, if they will not, so they will be wiped out, because the competition is doing so. And there are companies, I'll tell you, there are a couple of EV companies which even will tell you that, okay, your model has gone into production today, it will be going to the distributor, and on so and so date is the expected time of arrival. So this is how this technology is playing a major role, and I think we should thank COVID in a way, and it really has made us more adaptable, adapt to this kind of technology. So that is well. But again, as the patience level is reducing now, companies are becoming more aware while they are launching the product also. The product life cycle also is getting reduced. So if you see today, there is a new model which is getting launched, okay, in a market, any car, any bike or something. The same day the company start on a refresher model also. Okay, because now the consumer wants what is coming after 6 months. So suppose take an example of a Hyundai Creta. So Creta launch in year like 2022. New refresher came in 2024, 2025 another refresher came in, and now they are working on couple of other refreshers over there. So that's the product life cycle, how it is getting reduced year on year basis, because customer is asking for new. And the companies, they anyhow have to respond. If they are not going to respond, as you also worked in Daimler and you have worked in BCVs also, so companies have to respond to the consumer demand, and they have to respond it very fast. So that's there the role of supply chain comes in. The second aspect of this is, while we are talking about the technology, how much consumer are willing to pay for that technology. Okay, because I want visibility today, I want complete end-to-end visibility, I want the tech part, I want the AI thing to happen, but am I willing to pay for that technology or not? That becomes very important part here. So how does we translate that, okay, for what all features, how much consumer is going to pay? So that is a decision criteria, and there the supply chain rolls up quite a major role. As we say that, okay, we were taught like 10-20 years ago once I was doing my MBA, so supply chain was a cost center. Now we say that, okay, this is a profit center for ourselves. So while there had been a journey from a cost center to profit center, because people have started realizing the power of supply chain, because in your P&L, the supply chain cost will look like anywhere around 2% to 5%, 6% only. But what impact it can create on your top line and bottom line, okay, if you will go that deeper, because if there is any lost sales because of the supply chain or inefficient supply chain over there, how much is it going to impact your top line? So there the agility comes very important, the visibility becomes very important, but again, at what price point are you doing? Because most of the people, like I have been part of supply chains only the bigger organizations, so they had challenge in terms of the cost also. So while we want to be more digital enabled ourselves, and but at what cost and what price point we would be working, that's another thing. One second thing what I have seen of late over there, once this COVID came in, we were kind of monitoring this AQIs of the cities. Okay, Delhi is quite infamous for the AQIs, you know, and 300, 400 is the norm there. And suddenly we come to know that, okay, this is March, April 2020, and the AQ was 60. So people started realizing that, okay, how this fast industrialization is eating into our peace and the sustainability part. There are people starting more aware about this thing. Okay, because now also there is a year-on-year comparison if it comes that, okay, how AQI was in 2018, 2019, and suddenly you will see there is a drastic drop in 2020. And then 2021 again it resumed back, and now again the things have gone up to that level only. So there the people realize that, okay, how clean the environment was, and they become more aware about that. Okay, now this thing about more being sustainable, the EV things came in, and now the adoption has started in last 3-4 years like anything. So by 2020 the EV adoption in terms of the two-wheeler was, I think, 0.5% to 1%. Now it is hovering somewhere around 8 to 10%. And now if you see in next 5 years, people are anticipating it should be around 40 to 50%. So those are the things. So disruption is there, but again, looking at the demand, how the market is responding, and how you can be more agile while containing the cost also, that becomes very important to have that kind of agile supply chain.
So thank you, sir, and thanks to the panel for shedding light on trends of changing customer behavior, digitalization, solving problems, and of course, as sir mentioned, data exchange and interoperability. So moving on to the next leg of the panel, I'll be asking some individual questions. So sir, beginning with you. Sustainability in supply chains used to be a cost driver earlier, but then forward-thinking companies leveraged it to be a profit driver. So given your experience in carbon markets and building sustainable supply chains, what advice would you give businesses to actually make sustainability a competitive advantage? And how do you think this can drive growth and differentiation in global markets?
So first of all, I'm not someone who has built sustainable supply chains. Okay, this I started few months back only. And the reason for me to come into the sustainability piece was because as I was working in supply chain, most of the CEO office or the MD office or the CSOs, they started questioning us about the sustainability stuff. And as we were becoming more aware about the surroundings, what is happening, so I mean, we used to think that, okay, how we can contribute and while we create a sustainable supply chain. So sustainability within supply chain, if I say, there are two ways to look at it. One, of course, where you say that, okay, my supply chain is resilient, okay, and whatever I plan, I am executing those plans in a big way. That is one way to look at it, that okay, I am sustaining it in a big way. But what are the expectations from my supply chain, be it on the upstream side or the downstream side, we are able to maintain those things. The other part is the environmental part here, because when we talk about the ESG part, environmental social governance, and specifically the E part becomes very important there. So now what is happening once you are talking about your carbon footprints in a supply chain, because so there are three levels of carbon emission tracking what we do. We call it as a scope 1, scope 2 and scope 3 carbon emissions. So I mean, until a couple of years ago, even I was not aware about this, that 80% of your emission lies in the scope 3 only. Okay, scope 3, which is the upstream and the downstream supply chain, and within that also, if you see, almost close to 60 to 70% is the transportation itself. So while you produce a certain product, to produce that product, you are bringing a lot of raw material into your manufacturing plant, and your suppliers are also emitting some carbons, okay, to produce their, raw material or the ingredients what is required. So once you go deeper into your supply chain and the value chain, how you are procuring stuff for yourself, okay, how you are bringing, what kind of a packaging are you using currently? Are you using cardboards there? Okay, if you are using cardboards, then you are harming environment in a big way. Similarly, what kind of a warehouse do you have? What kind of energy consumption do you do today? What kind of a waste you are generating in your value chain? So those were the questions, because once board started asking these questions, because now as an organization, once you have to report in your sustainability, how much carbon are you emitting? So until 3 or 4 years ago, most of the organizations, they were reporting the scope 1 and scope 2 emissions, which is more to do with the internal environment. Okay, but again the catch here is 10 to 20% of your emission lies within your internal boundaries. 80 to 90% happening somewhere else. Okay, so you are not controlling that at all. So you are just saying that, okay, this is my emission. So just to give an example to you, suppose if I say my overall value chain emission is 1000 tons, and within my manufacturing setup it is having only 100 tons. Okay, 900 tons lies somewhere else. So I am just doing the accounting of that 100 tons today. And even if I bring 10% cost reduction and the carbon emission reduction there, I am saving 10 tons of carbon emission reduction. What is happening to that 900 tons? I am not responsible for that. Now what started happening, people started questioning the companies like Tata. They took a battle forward, and 2015 they launched a program and they said we have to be carbon neutral by 2040. India as a nation, we took a pledge that by 2070 we have to be carbon neutral. So now government has started giving a push, they have started giving a nudge to the corporates, to the listed companies, that why are you not monitoring your scope 3 emission? Because to produce something, okay, you are bringing in something in your plant, and for that also it is your responsibility first to monitor that carbon emissions. So there the concept of sustainable supply chain comes in. Once you start monitoring that 900 tons, suppose the example what I gave to you, and how then you reduce that and how you become a carbon neutral, because to become a carbon neutral is a journey. If you start today, it might take you like 15, 20, 30 years, okay, and as a nation, if we have taken a pledge to be carbon neutral in 50 years, similarly most of the corporates are also taking that pledge. But again, only to look into a certain boundary that, okay, this is the boundary and I will be just monitoring my emission within this boundary is not the right way. As for the supply chain perspective, as we are equally responsible for the inbound or the upstream and the downstream part, we are same way we are responsible to do this carbon accounting also in the upstream part and the downstream part. So from there, this concept of decarbonization of supply chain came in. Now organizations are becoming more aware. First they started accounting, okay, that okay, this is how much we are doing. And once they do this accounting, then they start thinking that, okay, how I can decarbonize also. So now I don't know how many of you have heard about this Bharat Mobility Show which government has organized a few days ago. It was in Delhi, like, so it was a 5-day event it was. And it was the very first time there was a couple of pavilions which was only dedicated to EVs. EVs for two-wheeler, EV for cars, and EV for the commercial vehicles also. Okay, so in next 3 years, if you will see, there are going to be around 50 odd launches which are going to happen across all spectrum. So that's the impact, because government has come up with a PLI, they want to see the impact. But again, we as an individual and the corporate, they are becoming more and more aware about sustainability as a subject. But yes, their concentration was more on the manufacturing side earlier. But now sustainability in a supply chain, okay, which is, I would say, is a very, very mature subject in European nations. If you go to the North American market, they have started doing this a couple of decades ago. And now in India also it is coming up in a big way. People are becoming more aware, okay, this as a subject is being taught not only in the B schools, even in the schools also. So my son, he is grade 10, he is being taught in what is happening about the sustainability. Once we started this company Bitsol, so I think it was almost a year ago, my son asked me that, okay, what exactly are you going to do? So I was a little apprehensive to tell him that, okay, I'm doing some stuff around sustainability, because I thought whether he'll understand the sustainability or not. But to my surprise, he asked me that, okay, when I told him that okay, we are going to create certain things about the sustainability and sustainable supply chain. So he was very curious to know, because he was taught in grade 8, grade 9, grade 10. So I think the Gen Z, the way things are shaping up now, and once these guys will come in corporates like 5 years, 10 years down the line, we see a lot of actions are happening. Government is really seems to be quite serious about this, and the corporate themselves are becoming very serious. So I think good time, not only in terms of making this as a corporate subject over there, but again creating that impact for the environment, that is equally important for all of us, because again this is the same world we live in. Okay, and if we can make it a better place by some other contribution from our side, so we should be doing that. So that is my take on the sustainability.
Yes. So thanks for your words, sir. And I truly agree that sustainable supply chains, the solution to it lies in scope 3. And now moving on to Mr. Prabdeep. So when we talk about critical supply chains, it does not get more high-stake situation than emergency healthcare, the sector that you operate in, where inefficiencies or delays can actually create literal life or death situations. So given that context, how do you take up the challenge of developing or integrating cutting-edge technology without compromising on reliability, speed and trust? And also, as you scale, how do you balance innovation with the need for fail-proof execution?
It's a very important question, and I'll give a few examples to illustrate to everyone why this question is important. So, would you care about how innovative I am when one of your family members is in emergency, right? You'll care about basic speed, be fast, you'll care about reliability, right? Show up with on time in full, and you'll care about empathy, right? These 3 things. Broadly, when I look at the company that we are building and the industry we operate in, these are the core values that we work with. I want to be really fast, right? So a lot of innovation that happens on speed are actually fairly obvious, but they have been counter-applied, as I had given examples previously, right? Because of fragmentation. So speed, what is speed? I gave you a few examples of what bringing down that 30 to 12 minutes to 8 minutes will mean for us. But there are plenty of innovations that are possible in speed, interoperability being one. But you know, one of the things that we had to fight for in the environment is to take away the IVR from the calling. You know, we are so used to, if I 1800 number pe, I'm going to reach a company, they are going to have an IVR. No? It's so obvious. I'll call an airline, they'll have an IVR. I'll call a bank, they'll have an IVR. Right? So when I got in industry professionals to build my call center, right? They said IVR. I said no IVR. I don't need IVR. They said, how can we not have an IVR? How do we do load balancing? How do we do? I said, figure it out. Right? When a person calls across any city that they call, I need no IVR.
What does it mean? You call me, I pick up the call, right? But there's super complex stuff that happens at the back end on call routing. Because I don't know where you're calling from, you could call me from Chandigarh and Delhi, and innovation there on reliability, coming to reliability, and I'll connect the dots, is the following. Now, in US, 911 is operated at a county level, right? If you're a Santa Clara County, you're in Alameda County, and you have, what, 30,000, 50,000, 100,000 people, you will have a call center called PSAP, which is Patient Safety Access Point. You will call 911. 911 is going to reach that county level call center that is staffed adequately, hopefully, for that county's population, and they are going to be responsible for dispatch for that county, right? Why? Built in 70s, we didn't have a lot of network technology, things were still connected with wires, took time. In India, can you imagine me putting up a call center in every district, right? As a private company, government bhi nahi kar payegi. Right? Government's tried telehealth, it just doesn't get executed at scale. So we said, we are going to create one regional center when we started in Hyderabad and another one in Delhi, and we're going to perhaps put a couple of more call centers. Now the reliability part is, I get an emergency which is a baby, a neonatal emergency, right? Now imagine I have to train hundreds of people on managing a neonatal emergency. So we said, okay, we have to create now Center of Excellence in Hyderabad for babies, okay? Air ambulances. We do a lot of air ambulance. We are number one. I'm actually going to buy an aircraft, one of the first dedicated air ambulances in the country. We said, but I can't train hundreds of people on air ambulance. I need Center of Excellence. But when the person calls me, honestly, they don't even know what they need, right? So from empathy point of view, when you're calling me, after times आपको पता ही नहीं है. आप तो मेरे को situation describe करोगे कि ये गिर गए हैं, इनको panic हो रहा है, I'm not feeling well. It is my job to actually be in your shoes and use training at scale to figure out what's wrong, right? Ask you leading questions or understand from tone on what's happening. Now I want to connect the dots. I need no IVR. I need Center of Excellences across regional centers connected, right? And I need empathy delivered. You guys all understand the problem statement?
Yes.
Now how do you go about building it? Trial and error, right? It looks so simple if you connect the dots backward, but literally that's what it takes a company in India 10 years of figuring out what they want to do and 10 years of then executing it, right? So if you look at, how old Zomato is now? Zomato started what, 15, 16 years ago. Google started what, in 1990s, right? We often forget how old these companies and for how long have they been doing it. But the inflection point for Zomato and for Blinkit is last 7 years, right? It takes a lot of compounding, and I'm using it almost as a prescription for some of those who want to start a company. Give it 15 years. Okay, it's not a 2-year, it's not a 3-year. You solve over long term. You actually understand problems over long term. Solution to baat ki baat hai. So what did we do? We worked with Airtel, we worked with Jio, we worked with our software systems, and we realized India doesn't do, all the call centers are cloud-based. We said we need on-prem, right? High reliability. But the moment we put on-prem servers, we had earthquake, fire, and all BCP issues. So we actually had to diversify immediately. So now we have a bunch of call centers and people working from home as BCP. So when a call comes in, it gets auto-routed. So if you're calling me from Delhi, it will go to Delhi. Calling from Chandigarh, it will go to Delhi. But some imaginary line pushes it to Kolkata, some imaginary line pushes it to Bombay. And you know why this was important? You all will have this in your mind, but 108 exists, right? But let me ask you this question. Do you know if any of you want to institutionalize an emergency for your parents sitting here, you can't dial some other state's 108? Like I can't reach out to Punjab ka 108. It's impossible. You try it because you are linked. And if you call 108, the operator in Jharkhand will be different than the operator in Punjab, and there's no interoperability. It's not going to, the Jharkhand guy is not going to say, wait, I'm pushing it to Punjab. It's done. That's it. That's why interoperability became so important. That's empathy, right? I mean, it's very often that my mom will call me and say, Papa, can you help chahiye? Situation you can all empathize with. So we said, yeah, we want to build that. So you can find a lot of information about us online. I've spoken about this often. But we said, what matters to my consumer? Speed mattered, reliability mattered, empathy mattered. And then I said, I put myself in my consumer's shoes. It's very easy to empathize in my industry at least. And said, what does speed mean for me? Right? And now, if I have to, I'll give you another, can I give you another example or two? When you enter a hospital in an emergency, right? You know who decides which hospital you should go to in the US? A system. You know who decides in India? You. Right? And you don't know. Do you know how many beds are available in the hospitals here? You don't. That's why people go to the hospital, wait, then they're like, bed nahi available. Then they call someone, nahi bhai, bed sach mein available nahi hai. Then they go to some other place. Supply chain, right? What is the input here? The beds. And there's no load balancing. Whereas in the US, you have load balancing. Bed is available there, you have a cardiac patient, cardiologist is available there, go there. What do we do in India? We show up. So one of the things that we have to now build in the next iteration of our company is, because we work with so many hospitals, is actually put all of that information online and at scale convince all of you, you don't know. I know, trust me. But that means trust, right? How do we create trust is now the next problem statement. So these are supply chain, or value chain rather examples. And the last thing that bothers me, which I speak at various forums, not as public as these, I also, by the way, am a partner and owner at one of the coolest bars in Hyderabad. If you're ever there, I'll host you, okay? And it is amazing how much money people spend on discretionary spends like alcohol and food, but on healthcare, everyone wants it affordable. While wanting the best robotic, right? You enter into a hospital, it's so expensive, dada. While you spend, 600 rupees on a beer. And when people say, Arey, why does it cost you 1,000 rupees for an ambulance or 5,000 rupees on an ambulance? It should cost me 20,000 rupees, right? The problem is, Mercedes exists, Toyota exists, Maruti exists, right? Imagine if all healthcare was Tata Nano. There are buyers for this and there are buyers for this and there are buyers for this. I'm assuming it's same for Dabur and it's same for Mondelez and same for you, right? In healthcare, the moniker that has stuck is affordable. But quality and affordability, as virtually everyone in this room will understand and all of us on the panel will affirm, quality and affordability often move in alternate directions, other directions, unless the payer is not the consumer, which is very true in healthcare, which is because it's insurance or the government. You expect your insurance to pay on your behalf, you expect government to pay. But this is where I think over the next decade, something amazing is happening in healthcare. We are getting into a very nice stratification. People who can pay have an option, people who can't pay have an option. And I think within this, the quality and innovation will be driven by people who are paying, and that will result in value trickling down across the spectrum, right? And I think for me, that's where my conviction lies, that if I build a system that's fast, that's reliable, and that's empathetic, and I can exhibit value to the consumer, consumer will pay top dollar for it, and in return, that will allow me to continue to invest in life-saving innovation. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thanks a lot for sharing the eye-opening perspective on emergency healthcare. It's actually a very niche topic for all of us, and your inputs are definitely helpful. So moving on, when we talk about demand planning, we have traditionally seen it as a structured, data-driven decision-making process. But today, it is not actually so. There's a lot of volatility in the market. There is changing customer behavior and supply chain disruptions. So, given your experience in designing and transforming global supply chains, how do you see the role of demand planning evolving? And two more parts to the question. How can supply chains be truly predictive and proactive? And what shifts in technology do you see which will transform the shift? And also, what would be the ceiling for demand planning in the next 5 years in your opinion?
So I'll start with the first part, which is related to the forecasting phase, the demand planning and forecasting phase. So there, traditionally we had these systems which many still do it on simple formats and templates as well, and then there are to use the tools for this process. So in both cases, it's evolved a lot, and the tools used to have this requirement to do some manual processing of history cleansing, etc. Some of the model selections and things were up to the skill of the person. Now with the new tools that are available and what you can build through these tools, a lot of these things can be automated. So the processing is quite simplified. It's easier to manage this, and the models can use these best fit methods, etc. The way it helps is if you have a big list of SKUs and you're managing and you're trying to forecast it, it becomes simpler to work on an exception-based process. So this is one of the key evolution that has happened, and it's still evolving, and there is more of these things coming in. So talking about the first piece is the simple changes that you can do is with the analytics piece. So when we were with the tool that was very simple and basic, even with that we could drive an accuracy improvement by just having the dashboards and analytics available in such a way that it becomes easier for the sales, marketing and the stakeholders, the management to take decisions. So once you have that visibility and the way the analytics is placed, that you know your metrics and you know the products that you're looking at, and you're able to give this to the management for a consensus and a collaborative forecasting. So then this itself drives the accuracy up. Then comes the part where you have these systems which can be automated. So planning is not just a very narrow field. You have to understand the business, you have to understand the products, you have to understand the customer, the way the channels they operate in, the way these customers are procuring from us, and what are the different policies in place, the promotions, the schemes, what is driving the business, what's the seasonality factor. So a lot of inputs are there. So now this piece was also something that we were collaboratively aiming and getting this done together and deriving a forecast. So this was something that was being done. Now with the technology enablements, some of these things can be picked by the system automatically as well. We need to have that kind of mapping, but just to give some examples, okay, for us weather is not going to be so important, but there are places where weather can be important, the competitive pricing can be important. There can be several different elements that can be mapped as signals for sensing the demand. So this is something that is growing, and this evolution is going to kind of make things very autonomous, and I mean the future, the way I look at it, it's going to be quite autonomous in the way that these forecastings can happen with very, very simple signals that can be given and tweaked by the planning team and the management. So the sales and marketing teams, I should say. So this is about the forecasting process in general and the demand planning piece. Then comes the part of how you can leverage information. So information data is everywhere. Data has been present and it's there, but you have to start using it. So first we had all these standard Excel reports being mailed to everyone, and that was a standard process. But over the past years, then these have been industrialized into these BI dashboards, which are automated. They are delivered at a set frequency. It's available on demand. You don't have to wait for someone. You can see this and you can take the decisions based on that. So it's allowing the data analytics is allowing you to have the kind of visibility, comparative metrics are available on simple dashboards, towers, control towers, etc., to give you a health and indication of what's happening. So this is more descriptive, and then now the evolution is to go towards predictive and then prescriptive. Finally, the prescriptive is when you will really have these kind of inputs available to know that these policies can be set. And when you can set up these policies and it can be trained, the system can be trained or it can be automatically learning these, it can allow for a very dynamic kind of buffer setting, the kind of output that you need for the service level of the customer. All these things can be simplified. Just to give you an example, today as I spoke about the deviations in the transit times, the supply chain is really the lead times and planning schedules, everything is quite, it's getting impacted by different scenarios. Now, if you have a system which is learning, these parameters are usually static and they are fed in. But if you have a system which is learning and adapting to the actual situation, the problem is that individuals cannot do this, and having some systems are also a little complicated. But if you have, the basic systems that we have today are complicated to manage these kind of purpose. But if you have a system which can take this into the planning parameters and use this as a dynamic field, and you can get more very robust outputs, and it can help the team to deliver a better service level to the customer. So this is one of the examples, and there are tools like there is the CRM, which gives you all the customer funnel and at least the big ones and the impacting ones. This data can also be utilized. And it's not just for the sales team to manage. It's also possible for supply chain to gain insights out of this tool with some proprietary metrics that you will have as an organization, but you are able to build some of the insights from this and take that into forecasting and take that into the outlook of what's the future demand going to look like, and prepare yourself in advance with whatever planning, procurement, lead times that you have. So these are different ways in which you can really enhance. So to me, it looks like when you talk about the ceiling, it looks like the autonomous factor is really going to come in. There is going to be a lot of prescriptive processes that will come in, and I think finally it's going to be more decision making that's going to be key. So all these things will be available, and then you are going to be taking decisions. So it's allowing you to take rapid decisions, information availability, prospective solutions being prescribed to you, and you have to just decide on how to take it. So that's my take.
Thank you for sharing that picture where the data will be at your fingertips and all we would have to do is probably take a decision. So looking forward to that. And now moving on, when we talk about low-code, no-code platforms, they are seen as the democratization of digital transformation. In supply chains, they are said to have the potential of creating end-to-end visibility, automate critical workflows, and transform legacy data into actionable insights. But having said about all the potential, there are challenges: scalability, governance, and the risk of it staying fragmented. So, in your experience, how do you see low-code, no-code shaping the future of supply chains? And do you think that we are at a tipping point where these platforms can redefine supply chains? What is your opinion on this?
Sure. A topic very close to me in terms of the technology, but I just want to understand how many of you here knows low-code, no-code? Have anyone at any point in time have you done created some small app or website using low-code, no-code? Okay. So I'm glad, yes, no, great to hear those hands raised up, right? I'm glad, so I don't have to start from what is low-code, no-code and what does it do. But let me start with some of the steps. Gartner, we all know, research, right, organization, what it says, and it said a couple of years back, not today. It said by 2025, 65% of the app development will happen using low-code, no-code. Another stance, which came in from one of the very big fours, and I'll of course not name it, but yeah, it is there on the public forums. It says that low-code, no-code reduces the cost by 30% in terms, and when you kind of compare it with the traditional your development cost, right, for the kind of a thing. The third stance, if I have to bring in, so I talked about how pervasive it would be. I talked about in terms of the cost, and then the other thing we all keep talking about speed. Now, what is the speed of developing a low-code, no-code application, right? And again, another statistic says that it is 10 times agile than again the traditional methods that we do. So now these three figures speak by itself, right? Now, supply chain that we talk, and all we are like today harping on this particular topic, speed is the key, cost is the key. What do? You have the answer, right? How do you do it? That's important. Now, and then the question that you came in, right? How is it fragmented? Yes, it can be fragmented because you democratize, right? Any one of you can go create an application, and what you do, right? I've got 134 plans. Now, can every plant afford to have a single application which doesn't even talk to each other? No, I don't think I can do that, right? But can I have a single application which is a low-code, no-code, which can be built in like 2? And honestly, when I talk about low-code, no-code, and in our organizations, we talk about applications built within weeks. We don't go to months at all, right? I have built in applications with like say 2 days to 12 weeks, 14 weeks, 18 weeks, not beyond that. So that's the speed. But then, can I have those kind of applications, create once, productize it, in the language of manufacturing, industrialize it, right, and have every plant of mine use it. So the way we do it, which is important, and I really want to bring in why it is very, very critical from a supply chain perspective. Supply chain actually is the integral part of all of the things that we have been doing here, right? And we discussed enough about it. Now, because it is such an integral part, it kind of be pervasive with all the other functions also. It can't exist in isolation. Can I have these solutions which are talking to each other across the functions, and now these low-code, no-code applications does it very easily. Configurable adapters, configurable things that you kind of do it, and they talk to all your SAPs and Oracles of the world. But what happens is it brings in saying that, hey, I have kind of taken away of the whole backlog, the development cycles that we have been talking, and then, yeah, hey, today it is ready. Just imagine somebody who's your delivery guy, right, from a distributor, when this person is kind of delivering your products to a retailer. What if that person has a mobile application, a simple mobile application which is very, very low cost, cost effective, and this person can kind of probably share the PODs on time, immediate issues that that person can actually report back, the customer feedback and all, and the reactions could be super fast. Otherwise, somebody's like, hey, taking a feedback, hey, this customer gave me this, I go back to head office in the evening, hey, this was it, somebody again writes it back, go to the relevant department. No, that's not required. I mean, we talk about how speed is very, very critical for all the quality that we are talking about, right? No, so those are there, and many, many ways we can use it. In my organization, I mean, we use low-code, no-code. We have got around 400 plus applications that we use low-code, no-code today, right? All developed over the course of period of time, but 50% of them are supply chain. Why? Because they really found it very beneficial for them. Whether it's an inventory kind of, that they have to monitor, track, and all of those things. Sometimes just taking a customer feedbacks. Sometimes just creating a digital maturity models. I mean, it can do it all, right? And it can do it with a very fast pace and very low cost. What is important? And you talked about fragmentation, so I kind of touched upon in terms of you can definitely have those integrations and everything, so you don't have to have fragmented systems, you have to have a system which talks to each other. But the other thing is very important is how do you also take this as a part of your governance processes. You need to ensure that while everybody is empowered, which is a big word, and you democratize it, but you are also knowing what's happening within the ecosystem. They are doing within the guardrails of what you have defined as a COE, because yes, you want them to be abide by whatever the organizations and all of it. And you can easily do it again using low-code, no-code, all of them, right? Because your governance, you just create a page and send it across saying that, guys, look, this is what it is, right? There are communities that you can build in, there are people, and the crowdsourcing really works pretty well in terms of, digitalization. Like Industry 5.0, we talked about industry and how we have moved from 1, 2, 3, 4, now we are at 5.0. What is the key element? Any one of you can talk about that. Or few key elements on Industry 5.0. Oh, I'm sure you are like supply chain students, but if you have to talk about that, what's that? Okay. But the key thing that Industry 5.0 and just go Google, do first figure digitalization, robotics, right? Human-machine interactions. That's the first thing. So that's where the future lies. That's what it kind of enables. That's the empowerment. The only things you have to work within certain guardrails, you have to have a governance, you have to ensure that you are working with your security policies and everything. And nobody says that low-code, no-code platforms are not secure. I mean, if you talk about UPI, he talked about 150 rupees, he paid yesterday, a brilliant experience, auto. Do you also imagine how many low-code, no-code apps are at the back end doing that? There are many. right? While there are 20, 30 technologies working, 60% of them are local. So that's the future, I mean, yeah.
Thanks for sharing your thoughts. Now, moving on. Having led supply chains across automotive, pharmaceuticals, D2C and FMCG, you have led large-scale supply chain transformations in these industries. So, while we all agree that digital technologies will take us to the future, we also understand that it may not be the silver bullet. What in your view are critical enablers beyond technology, whether in terms of people, processes or leadership mindset, that will define truly future-ready supply chains? And how do you think organizations can make sustainable long-term investments rather than chasing short-term digital trends?
We are called in because I think you guys believe we have experience. What I believe is that people who conduct these kind of panels, they demonstrate much more experience than us, because the questions which they draft for us are so complex. Yeah, congratulations to you. So I think, yeah, no amount of homework is going to help here. So, and the students must be facing the same thing when Professor Patru would be giving them homework. So, so I think a couple of lines on basically technology before I actually dwell into other topics which you were talking about. So I think technology, I started my career in the year 1999. Yeah. So half of you were born at that time, and half of you probably were being thought about, not even born. So, but at that point of time, when I was in my college, so there used to be an SAP lab, and one of the subjects which was not even compulsory, it was an optional to learn SAP. And by the way, whatever you learn in SAP today will be irrelevant, because the SAP screen at that time was completely different. The modules were completely different. Today's SAP is completely different, right? When I stepped out of the institute, I walked into the company, and what I realized was, I was handling the supply chain. I was looking after the planning function there. So how do you plan? You plan basis the stock which is available, basis the forecast which is there, and how is the actual sale happening. By the way, all this data was not available to us. The actual sale used to be recorded at 50 locations across the country. So we had 50 warehouses. They will do the sale. The sale will be logged in their systems. They will put it in a floppy every evening, 4 o'clock. It will be shipped out through DTDC or DHL. There were very few courier companies. It will be flying out from the capital cities of the country, right? Each state had a capital. We had a warehouse there. There would be direct flights in the evening. It will come to Delhi. In the morning, it will be picked up from the airport, and it will be coming to our office. That's the way, data used to come. And I had 50 warehouses, so not all warehouses were in capital cities, so no direct connectivity. So many times it would travel 12-15 hours by road, get to the capital city, from there it will fly, so data will be 2 days old. You cannot imagine, that your sales will get reported to you in 48 hours today, right? It will be on the click of a button. So the point is, from SAP to no emails, then ensuring that the data of sales was flowing into the system. ERP is getting implemented in organizations, recording of the data on real-time basis, coming to you in real-time basis. Technology evolution has been happening at a very fast pace. It will continue. What is important is much beyond that, and that's the crux which lies in this question. How the organizations, how the people will be able to adapt and adopt new technologies. and ensure that they are able to use those technologies to the benefit of the customer on one side, and ensuring that the service is delivered at a higher service level at a lower cost. That's the kind of challenge which is there. And I now come to the question, particularly. So I think you have talked about three things, which is people, leadership, and processes. Okay. So let me start with people. I think very important for people and for students also. This should be, your Guru Mantra. My 2 cents to you, that whenever you step out of this campus, or whether you're within this campus, learning, not learning, working, not working, I think one thing is very common, which you should understand, that technology or change which is happening around you, you should be able to adapt to the change, and you should be able to basically whatever technological changes are happening around you, you should be able to grasp those changes and take over those changes and ensure that you adopt those changes in your life. That is very, very important, and hence comes the question on people. I think people within the organization are the most critical element here, and the piece around organization and leadership is linked to this. Basically, the organization and leadership should ensure that there is a culture within the organization where people are willing to take up these new technologies and start using these new technologies. That is the kind of culture which should be built. And what this requires is a level of empowerment to the employees, a certain level of empowerment which is probably beyond what it is today and what it was yesterday. So that needs to continuously increase. And the second thing is, organizations should help people to basically skill and reskill. So I think this is very, very critical element. Coming to leadership, I think leadership is again very, very critical element in this, in 3 or 4 ways, I would say. I think one of the important things is that the leadership should be forward thinking. It should not only on a day-to-day basis, for example, in my job, I have a role. They say I should be at a 40,000 to 30,000 feet level, right? I should be able to see from that height, whatever is happening within the supply chain, everything should be visible to me, right? But within my job, it is not always possible to be at 30,000. You need to really get to the ground and start working on operational things also on a day-to-day basis. So you should be able to change gears, fly at maybe 10,000, go to the ground, come to 30,000 feet every day, and you should devote some amount of time in a way that you are actually looking at adopting these new technologies. You should be forward looking. You should try to find out what is happening within the industry. You should be talking to people outside. You should be meeting people outside, because the technological changes are so fast that today, I'll give you one example. Few years back, the organization started that, was thinking that we want basically a data lake, right? What is a data lake? Basically, what happens is, organization has got different functions. Maybe 5 years back or 10 years back, each function was working on a particular tool, software, or collection of data was happening in a certain way. Now today, there are technologies available. There is a lake created where all functions will put their data. And there will be data which will be available for everyone to use from different functions. So we thought about creating a data lake. We took one technology which was able to help us in that. We started implementing it. This was about 36 to maybe 40 months prior to today. And suddenly, after implementing it, what we found that AI has become a big thing. And the technology which we were using, or we decided to use, did not have AI enablement. Suddenly we realized, when AI became big. So sometimes it can become, your one decision could actually, which you think will be having far-reaching implication, it can actually sometimes become a bottleneck for you. You spend so much money, energy on starting to use a new technology, implementing a new technology. But maybe you were not forward looking, maybe AI was coming up at that point of time, but we did not see the importance of that, and we went into a technology which probably today or maybe 12 months before today, maybe we found out that it is not able to use it. Of course, they are also working on it now. They have also come up with solutions where they can implement AI within their technology also. But the point is, at 12 months before today, we suddenly found that probably that technology is no more useful to us. So the point is, leaders need to be forward-looking all the time. They should spend some time in execution, some time at 30,000 feet, but definitely always forward-looking. This is one of the most important things. And second, of course, is basically building resilience within the supply chain. I think beyond technology, what is important is that the supply chain should be resilient. As people, we should be resilient. When I say as people, we should be resilient, it means that you decided to implement a technology, you failed. You should be resilient enough to basically get up and go for the next one. Similarly, supply chains have to be resilient. You should be prepared for all black swan events, and you should be able to test your supply chain within the boardroom itself, whether it will be able to overcome all these events, or at least whatever events you can think about. Third most important thing in terms of leadership is to be able to understand the importance of sustainability. I would like to point out one thing, that today probably sustainability is being driven by two sets of people. One set of people who are driving sustainability because of regulatory implications which are there. And regulatory implications can happen today, they may go away tomorrow. All of us heard what Trump said, maybe 15-20 days back about what he thinks about sustainability, right? And suddenly you may find that US companies are no more caring for sustainability. It may happen. So one set of people who are driving sustainability because of regulatory pressure, but I think there are another set of people who actually want to drive sustainability because they believe in the cause. And Sushma was giving a lot of stats, so I was thinking that I should also probably end the discussion with the stats. So one piece of statistics which is very important here is that why people who believe in sustainability will think about it like that, because the amount of energy which sun sends to us throughout the day, 2 minutes of that energy is sufficient enough for the whole energy requirement of the whole earth for the full year. Okay? So that's the power of sustainability. If you realize, not only it helps the future, it helps the organizations also. Because sun's 2-minute energy is freely available, right? And there are not 2 minutes in a year, there are 365 into 24 into 60, those many number of minutes which are there, right? So just imagine how much energy we'll be able to get free every year. And today we have to spend money, we are getting fuel which is basically polluting the whole environment, coming at a cost, and the cost is increasing every year, right? If you believe in sustainability, these are the facts which you should understand, that within the environment, within the nature earth, enough and more solutions are available for the problems. Energy is only one of them, and you will be able to find those solutions, and you should be working towards those solutions, because today the amount of work which we put behind sustainability will ensure that we are able to use these technologies at scale in future, which will ensure that it almost comes to us at free of cost, basically. So I think if we understand these things, we will be able to drive supply chains, we will be able to drive organizations also. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing the importance of adaptability in people, adaptability in culture, and resilience in supply chain. So it would be a crime if I curtail the discussion to only my questions. So in the next part of the discussion, we'll be opening the floor to questions from the audience.
Good morning. Thank you for the wonderful talk, everyone.
I'm Yash Kanjore. I have 5 years of experience in the IT industry for the software solutions of commercial insurance clients in US and Canada. My question is for Pradeep. Your company, Red Health, is an asset-light organization. Recently, you acquired a major stake in the training of the paramedics, the clinical training. What made you to go for this venture, having the integration that you are doing into a different vertical?
One of my professors at the B school, you can sit down, take it easy. One of the professors at the B school used to tell me that, half a decade after completing your MBA, you realize everything is people, and everything is org behavior. Like, OB used to be a subject I did not like at all, because I used to think it is all gas, and then I started my company, and 9 years into the company, the things that I deal with are people, all the time, and you can put all the tech in the world, you can buy all the tech in the world, it will struggle at implementation because someone in the company doesn't like it, doesn't like you. I mean, not the software, but doesn't like that you chose it, so that it never gets deployed, right? So I'm assuming that all of us here have seen amazing initiatives struggle at the altar of ego and human behavior and org behavior. And now to come to your point, so in the value chain that we have, people become super important. No matter how asset light we are, in the end, how good we are is dependent on that interaction that our paramedic has with the patient. And this is true for healthcare systems across the world. It is the nursing staff that actually decides your experience in a hospital, not a doctor. Doctor to 5 minutes le aata hai, 10 minutes le aata hai. It's the nurse that's always there. And allied healthcare is going through something phenomenal. So there are 3 companies that have raised a significant chunk of capital. I am connecting the dots for you because you worked in IT. A lot of you must have noticed that how the TCSs, Infosys, Wipros, HCL, all of these became solution providers, delivery. Sir spoke about delivery companies, right? A very interesting thing that's happening is that India has a lot of people. India has a lot of healthcare workers that are coming up, and global companies and global governments are looking for Indian healthcare workers. Prime Minister Modi has spoken about it. South Korea doesn't have it, Japan doesn't have it, Germany doesn't have it. So there are enough and more companies that are creating what happened in IT delivery for healthcare, where how can I take the healthcare workers and healthcare products, and because initially what Wipro and all these companies sent is actually bodies to the US, right? And then eventually they became delivery centers, the BPOs became KPOs, and now they're all basically product systems companies. So in healthcare, we are going through the V1, where we are going to first send 50, 100, 200 nurses to an old age home in Japan or a hospital in Korea, and eventually as teleconsulting comes in, as remote monitoring comes in, it is possible that you can actually run an ICU sitting in the US, based in US, sitting out of India, the doctors and the team sitting here, right? Because in next 20 years, what will also happen is general purpose robotics will come, and in healthcare, general purpose robotics are going to be implemented. These are actual people looking machines that perform repetitive tasks, right? So to now connect the dots for you, so we bought this company because we are building an entire vertical for the globe, because we do those 15,000 patient interactions, and we have truly uniquely understood what does it take to do that. And now, because I need people, I have this academy that will first give me people, but eventually these people will get trained and they can get placed across. So that's the strategy and that's the vision. But as I said, it will depend on how well are we going, is the team that I run going to be able to execute it.
Good morning, sir. Thank you for this initial and integrated part of business, that is supply chain. Sir, my name is Roshan, and I have 5.5 years of combined work experience in supply chain with Tata Steel and JSW Steel. My question is for the FMCG industry. Like last year, Badsa brand faces a problem of import scrutiny. Due to this, they faces the challenges in getting delay in sales and delivery of the material. So this is not limited to a particular FMCG industry. If you delay in getting the full of your cell, you will lose your customers. And this type of challenges we mainly face the material that we import from the outside countries. We may face challenges in import duty because people, those who are working in the industry, they may not have sometimes sufficient information like what type of import duty will we implement, whether it is for supply side or service or it is a combined. Last year I have faced the same challenges, but I can understand what is the challenges in this. So I want your intakes, what are make a contribution to navigate this type of problem in future. We do not face this type of challenges in supply chains.
I will need help for you to repeat basically what duty you were talking about, which got implemented last year.
Last year, the scrutiny are imposed more heavily on imports of spices in UK for the Barsa brand. So you may face delay in the sales.
Right. So I think you have to be always, I think there are two components here. One is the import into India of your own raw materials, and probably you're talking more about sales into those countries, right? So you should always be prepared for more and more regulatory compliance requirements from these countries, right? And India itself, is becoming more and more compliant to the regulatory requirements, right? So our own institutions within the government, outside the government, they are also ensuring that we look at the consumers' interests, and we put those regulations which will ensure a healthy product to the consumer, right? So you have to be always prepared for it. These duties or these regulations or these scrutinies do not come out of the blue. Organizations are, someone is not liking my answer. So organizations are always aware, right? So any such thing doesn't happen out of the blue. Regulations come, they give time to implement those regulations. You need to ensure that there are functions within the organizations who understand it for you, and they explain it to you, and then you implement it. What you need to do is that you study all those regulations. You should be able to capture all those regulations from the countries where you are exporting into, right? Very, very important. So if I am exporting to UK, I need to understand the regulations there. I should have someone who is able to, gather those regulations. Whenever they change, update those regulations and inform the exporting country. We should be able to, then ensure that in a timely manner we evaluate those regulations and make corrective actions at our end. That is very, very important. So my take is these regulations do not happen suddenly. Sometimes the enforcement can happen suddenly, right? They may be lenient for some time, but they may suddenly say that now we will ensure it 100%. But organizations do get time, and governments and institutions who implement them also give time. This is one piece. As far as imports into India is concerned, that also can happen sometimes. Regulations can suddenly come in, and you will suddenly find you are importing one raw material from China or some other country, and suddenly there could be some implication. Most of those kinds of changes also, you have some prior information, because those things happen through discussions only, right? Any anti-dumping duty also, which is put on the imports, is also a thought out decision. In press, we suddenly find as a reader that okay, on steel, 750 rupees of anti-dumping per ton of steel has been implemented. But someone has made representation to the government maybe 5 months back, 6 months back, then the committee sit, they evaluate it, not once but 2-3 times, then they implement it, right? So all those back channel things keep happening over a period of time. You should be able to grasp that information across the country, across the key departments which are making those changes. You should be able to understand it, and then you get time to implement those. So I don't find too much surprise, but what is also important is that your supply chain, in a way, today you want to basically, not only because of these reasons, otherwise also you want to de-risk, because more the global supply chain, the implication on lead times, all these disturbances, you want to probably create a supply chain which is kind of local, or at least some amount of backup is available locally. So that's the way we have started working definitely. Yeah.
Good morning, sir. My name is Kunal and I am having a 5+ years of work experience at Tata Steel in manufacturing industry. So my question was regarding to ERP integrated software. So I have seen that in many organizations, the two process like for material management, they are using Oracle, and for the warehouse management and distribution, it is Blue Yonder. So I wanted to know what is the thought process behind using two integrated software rather than using a single integrated software throughout the organization.
Kunal, I am Samrat, 25 years of experience. I think the question is important. I think it is not important that what they were thinking earlier, because they probably did not think earlier. That is why they implemented two tools. Very, very important to understand what they may be thinking now after doing that implementation. They will be having many problems as per me. Because integration of two softwares becomes a difficult thing. Either the organization has thought about how they will integrate it completely, and they have a solution to that. If they are not, then God help them. My view is that integrated software is very, very important because you cannot have different functions using different tools. I'll give you one example. When I was in Reckitt Benckiser about 8-9 years back, we decided to implement one tool in India, and our global supply chain head flew from London. He came to India, and I was making a presentation to him, and I was very happy and proud that okay, we have implemented one tool very successfully. And when I was making presentations, there were 4 people in the room, one making presentation. One was my boss, India supply chain head. One was the developing market supply chain head and global supply chain head, right? I was making a presentation. I thought that this slide is going to fly and there will be claps in the room. What I saw was the global supply chain head was talking to the DVM supply chain head in his ear, and suddenly he started blasting that how did you decide to implement a tool here locally in India, right? Because the thought which was there in his mind was that if you implement a local tool, you have not thought about integrating, right? And I think that was a learning for me that of course, tools which you implement, you cannot have islands of tools created because at some point of time, when you want to look at the integration, it may become a challenge. So I think my learning is more integrated tools. Sometimes there are tools which have good functionalities. While implementing itself, you should look at integration piece. If you have been able to build a seamless integration, then it is good. But if you have not thought, then probably you will repent later.
If I can, I wanted to let you know that when you set up a system, one of the few things that happen is these are large company problems, but companies become large, right? It's a journey, and some of these buying decisions are not taken at the same time. Some of the technology evolution doesn't happen at the same time. Sometimes the buyers are not the same, right? So these, like for example, the biggest thing that companies often think of is build versus buy, right? Do you buy a tool or do you build a tool? And in that build or buy, I think that's a higher level question that sometimes at a decision level you ask. What should I build and what should I buy? So if you ask Blinkit, they are actually building a lot of things. Because for their particular use case, quick commerce, there's not many things available. Uber built everything, right? And then they bought a few tools. So that also is a consideration that comes in at a top management level, which is what do we build internally, what is the IT capabilities and tech capabilities, and what do we end up buying out?
No, I think just another point to add, right? What also happens is you look at these systems some of these are generalized systems. Some of these are very specialized systems. Now, when there are specialized systems, you want to look at your requirement in terms of what really you want, and do you need that intricate capabilities, right? It is like simple that do I need a mud on the roads that I'm driving, or probably a Creta would do kind of a thing, right? So and both the answers are right. It's not that your Creta is right versus Merck is right, but it is really what your companies need. And if they need need those specialized capabilities, of course you would need to go to the specialized softwares, right? So Blue Yonder actually comes, and I'm not kind of advocating this. I have not used it in my career, but this kind of a software comes back with their experiences of that specific process, ecosystem and all of it, and that's where they would have integrated all your capabilities, and then they also integrate with the generalized system. So really it is what you need and how you want to rate those capabilities requirement to the extent of the rest of the pros and cons that you want to get.
I'll just add one thing. So I think one important aspect here, again probably it was hidden in your question itself, is that each and every system, by the way, is working on data. And for data, for it to understand the data, it actually creates a master of the data, right? There are certain fields, certain parameters which you set, which help the system to understand that information. Now, each and every system could have its own master data mapping, the way it is structured. That also becomes a big challenge. If you implement different systems, the master data, understanding of the master data also becomes system to system, it could be different. So that's another challenge which organizations face and have to solve.
Yeah, I think we have reached the end of the session. So I would request all of you to probably take a minute or so and give your concluding remarks on this topic that we have had.
So I think while listening to the co-panelists, there are 2-3 takeaways over there. Of course, the digitalization is coming in a big way in supply chain, and a lot of things are coming up, be it in terms of the demand planning or in terms of the ERP systems, and we are infusing more AI and IoTs into the supply chains now. So supply chain is one area which has to be more responsive, more agile, but again, we'll have to look at the cost part also there. So that becomes very important while we create or we are trying to evaluate our supply chain, how we can create a network that way that it is connected. Okay, while you create a overall global supply chain, how we can create a connected supply chain also, that becomes very important. And as I told you, more and more people are now becoming aware about the sustainability as a subject in supply chain also, and we'll see more traction going forward for that as well. So those are the remarks from my side.
For me, the thing that I mentioned before, I looked at the consumer and the customer, and they said speed is important, reliability is important, empathy is important. And basis that, we built out the systems and the processes, and that resulted in the company growing. So, if you can, rather than start looking at the back end, start talking to the customer, and consumer is going to give you a lot of guidance on how to build your supply chains.
So, looking at all the different aspects that have been shared, one of the things is, it's a complex ecosystem that you have out here. The last question that was related to the different systems, I think it's a reality because we have also acquired different organizations and they will have a different ERP, for example, a different toolkit, and how do you integrate them, how do you utilize the information, how do you this interoperability thing, and all these things are coming into the, these are the problems that we have to solve, and finally for what to serve the customer better. So that's the key aspect, that we have to find the solutions or problems that are evolving. I mean, we have technology evolving and there are situations also evolving. So it's a situation that we have to try and solve and find solutions. Low code, no code, I think that's something that was very interesting, and we also have use cases where the teams are finding ways to automate the workflows which they were once upon a time doing using mails, files, etc. And so it's a lot of things that are getting automated with the help of these technologies, and I think that's the best part, to utilize it as far as possible. And now the AI thing has become very popular because of the GPT. And I remember this, this book outliers with Malcolm Gladwell, and there was this particular case where Van Halen, as an artist, had a very complex setup that he had to do, and he had this clause in his contract that there has to be a bowl with M&Ms on a bowl of M&Ms on the table with the brown one out. Now this was old times, and you had to really read the contract to be sure. So his reason to do that was to make sure that the safety and all the technical things that he is looking for is there. Today, with the kind of summarization and things that we can get, these things are really solved already. So just the kind of takeaway that technology is going to evolve and help us in multiple ways.
No, thanks. First of all, thanks for having us. But I hope everyone learned something today new, right? I did learn quite a bit of thing when I was listening to my fellow panelists and even the questions that people asked. The most important thing that kind of stood out was the vulnerability that are coming in the supply chains, right? But that is something for us to resolve for. And how do we resolve is that I feel digital, data, and then customer centricity. If we look at these three things right, then I think we are able to conquer that. I mean, everything is beyond, the technologies can work through it, but if we are able to utilize the data that we have across, right, it's not very, small set of data, it's a huge data, but if we are able to utilize it, because all your LLMs does that, and that's how they are able to kind of create a very quick summarization at the top of it. Now you imagine you've got so much of a data, and the planner who is sitting in one of your offices is able to figure out, hey, this is the raw material, this is happening, this is the forecast, can I do something now? Create those actions on the top of it. So can I use that? Digital, I mean, I don't think I have to say enough about it, because now we are getting into all digital native generations, right? I don't think when I started, I had even mobiles when I started, my college and all of those things. But now the kids, 5-month-old would know what to do with the mobile, right? With the digital native generations, you really need to be very forward-thinking, continuous learning in terms of what's coming, guys, right? And are we ready for it? Can we make ourselves ready for it? Will become a differentiators for the organizations. Because yes, if I just flow with the thing, I'm fine. But if I would have known something on the Gen AI lines 2 years back, and if I did something on the top of it, I would have created my niche at that point in time. So that's the digital third and of course we talked about. So yeah, those are the things that I would say are very, very critical as we move forward.
Guys, I think if the question is to summarize what was discussed, I think you should not be the last person to pick up the mic, because there is hardly something which is left. I think, but still I would try to summarize. I think first of all, for me the takeaway was a brief lecture by Professor Patro himself, because the way he was talking, and he talked about interconnected supply chains and how the disruptions are happening, it was quite a learning for me. Sir, thank you very much. I think secondly, for me, the learning was how to run a panel discussion itself. So thank you very much for that. Then I think understanding how a startup is running, basically the culture of sustainability, how it is going to drive, because whatever you said was really, really interesting. And Pradeep's point on, he was talking quite often about empathy, and that's something which is center of every supply chain. I said, customer is important, consumer is important, and right, you need to understand. So it's all about empathy, and it was really nice to hear from him how he's trying to build up his startup and provide the service, the kind of service he's talking about. And I think the importance of interoperability, I think it's something which is underestimated. I also feel it, because we have within supply chain, if you talk about transportation, there are multimodal transportations involved sometimes, and the interoperability is very essential. We feel the lack of it within supply chain, and I think he has given me food for thought, and I'll be thinking about it, how to take it forward, because I think it's an area where the industry is lacking today. How we can drive, what can I do, what could be my contribution on that. Logo, that's another thing which we do use, but I think that is also something which will be in the forefront of my thinking going forward. Last but not the least, I think to summarize, yesterday night when I came, when I watched in the sky, I saw no stars actually. Pollution or something else, or really I did not know at that point of time, but I now realize, all the stars are there in front of me today. So probably that is why you were not visible yesterday night. Thank you very much. That's my takeaway for today. Thank you.
Thanks to all the panel members for making the discussion interesting and truly insightful. Over to Shruti Panisha.
Well, that was a fascinating discussion led by a panel, led by Aditya. I hope you all enjoyed this as much as we did. As we conclude, it's clear that businesses today face uncertainty, black swan events, and rapid change, requiring adaptive and resilient strategies. Supply chain prioritization, AI-driven insights, and digital transformation are key to navigating risks and unlocking growth. Supply chain is shifting from cost center to profit driver, accelerating D2C innovation, healthcare innovation, and EV expansion. Connected, reliable, and adaptable systems will define success in an era of distribution, and the future belongs to those who anticipate, adapt, and innovate. I'd like to invite the panelists along with our moderator Aditya for a group photo.
We would now like to invite Professor Sanjay Patro to present the memento and placement brochure to our esteemed panelists as a gesture of gratitude for the time and valuable insights. I would like to invite Mr. Vikas Kalra to receive the memento and placement brochure. I would like to invite Mr. Prabdeep Singh to receive the memento and placement brochure. I would like to invite Mr. Rijin Malathan. I would like to invite Ms. Shushma Chopra to receive the memento and placement brochure. I would like to invite Mr. Samrat Sehgal to receive the memento and placement brochure. Now I would like to invite all the panelists from panel 1 and our beloved Professor Patro for a photograph. A heartfelt thank you to our panelists. Your presence and insights have truly enriched Clockspeed 5.0 and we're incredibly grateful for your time today. Let's give them all a big round of applause. Before we move on to our tea break, we request everyone to join us for a group photograph outside LCQ. Post this, we shall move for a high tea for 20 minutes and for students it's on second floor. And we'll be back by 12. 12, we'll be back by 12.
A refreshing break and are ready for the next panel discussion. Efficiency is doing the things right. Effectiveness is doing the right things. Nowhere is this more relevant than in supply chains, where balancing efficiency, resilience and sustainability is critical to success. In today's rapidly evolving landscape, business must go beyond traditional cost-cutting measures. Embracing sustainability is no longer just an option, but a strategic necessity and a key competitive advantage. Our next panel will explore sustainable supply chains, transforming challenges into opportunities.
Sustainability in supply chains is no longer just an ethical consideration. It's a strategic imperative. Businesses today must integrate green practices, adopt circular economy models and implement carbon neutral strategies, not only to meet regulatory and environmental standards, but to drive long-term profitability and competitive advantage. In this discussion, we'll explore how companies can turn sustainability challenges into opportunities, balancing operational efficiency and with environmental responsibility. How can businesses make sustainability a core part of their supply chain strategy? What are the key innovations driving these transformations? To help us answer these questions, we have an esteemed panel of industry leaders who will share their insights and strategies for building supply chains that are not only resilient and efficient, but also responsible and future-ready.
We are pleased to welcome our moderator for the second panel, Giridhar V. Giridhar is a seasoned automotive professional with over 7.5 years of experience and a graduate of Anna University. He has spent his entire corporate journey at Ashok Leyland contributing to product development and plant operations. His expertise spans design and development, vehicle testing, process planning and sustainability initiatives. As a lead auditor for environmental and sustainability management systems, he has played a key role in driving quality and eco-friendly initiatives within the organization. He has also led unit planning, process level sustainability efforts and conceptualized the RFA to enhance the eco-friendly initiatives and risk assessment in operations.
On this critical topic, it is our pleasure to present to you all our esteemed panelists. Our first guest for the panel, Mr. Naveen Kolathur, is a distinguished leader in the world of supply chain and operations with 25 years of global experience spanning North America, South America, Asia Pacific and beyond. He has been a catalyst for transformational logistics and supply chain management. From his early days at DHL in the US to pioneering the LLP 4PL model in Asia Pacific, Naveen has consistently driven innovation and efficiency across markets. Currently, he is shaping the future of logistics and driver logistics while also contributing to academia as a professor of practice at LIBA. A thought leader, an industry expert, and a sought-after speaker at global supply chain forums, Naveen also serves as the co-chair of the SCF committee at the Southern India Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Join us in welcoming Mr. Naveen Kolathur, sir. We request you to be seated on stage.
We are excited to welcome Srinivas Swine, Senior Vice President, Fresh Categories at Zepto. as our second panelist. With over 21 plus years of experience in agribusiness, retail, e-commerce and quick commerce. He has been instrumental in scaling Zepto's fresh category, contributing to its $5 billion valuation. His leadership spans strategic sourcing, procurement, category management and supply chain operations, with prior roles at Udaan, Agri 10X, Reliance Retail and more. Kindly join us in welcoming Mr. Srinivas. We request you to join us.
Our third panelist, Mr. Santosh Pandey, is the head planning and distribution at Gulf Oil Lubricants and a seasoned supply chain leader with 21 years of experience. An expert in demand and supply planning, inventory management and digital transformation, he has played a crucial role in enhancing operational efficiency and forecasting accuracy across industries. With a strong academic foundation as an alumnus of IIM Lucknow, Santosh holds certifications from IIT Madras, IIT Kharagpur, IIT Roorkee, IIM Lucknow and IIM Mumbai. His leadership in supply chain resilience, agility and technology-driven process optimization has made him a key voice in the industry. Please join us in welcoming Mr. Santosh Pandey.
Our fourth panelist, Mr. Kunal Thakur. Our fourth panelist, Mr. Kunal Thakur, is a supply chain and ERP transformation leader with 20 plus years of experience in the supply chain management, retail operations and ERP-driven process optimization. Currently serving as Director, Supply Chain and ERP System at MyGlam. He oversees demand and supply planning, procurement and logistics, ensuring seamless B2B and B2C distribution. Previously, he held leadership roles at Future Group, Care for India, Udaan and DMart, spearheading SAP S/4HANA implementation, retail operations and technology-driven supply chain transformation. A recipient of the Chairman's Award at Future Group, Kunal is a certified leadership simulation, IIM Ahmedabad and Managed Development Program from XLRI Jamshedpur. Please join us in welcoming Mr. Kunal Thakur.
Our fifth panelist, Ms. Deepta Gopal, is a supply chain leader with 20 years of experience in strategic planning, demand fulfillment and process optimization across industries and geographies. Currently serving as AVP Planning and Customer Services at Hindustan Coca-Cola Beverages. She drives strategic capex, infrastructure decisions and supply chain efficiency. Previously, she led planning for Southeast Asia at GE and has deep expertise in demand and supply planning, inventory management and transportation optimization. A strong advocate for risk management and sustainable supply chain solution, Deepta's journey from the GE shop floor to supply chain strategy leadership is truly inspiring.
Thanks for the beautiful introduction, Shreedeep. And picking from where Shreedeep has left. So I'm myself from ex-Ashok Leyland, and I have got guests from Gulf Oil, then also guests from Chennai, etc. and even Mumbai. So what brings me the connect is like, I can't help prevent myself from thinking about connecting the dots and bringing about MS Dhoni into the conversation kind of. So the cricketing angle kind of. So why not when MS Dhoni's leadership strategies are being discussed across the APA boardrooms, why not let me bring the cricketing angle into the conversation as well. And with that, let's not just immerse deep into technology, which we had, but also play the game as well. So considering this panel about sustainable supply chains, transforming challenges into opportunities. So let's get straight into action, the power play mode. So first is about, getting into the power play. So setting about sustainable supply chains. So in the current business context, sustainability is not a choice. I repeat once again, sustainability is no longer a choice, but necessity for survival. So with this very theme of the context, I'd like to open this question to the panels over here. So, how sustainability has become a strategic imperative in their respective businesses, and why it has become kind of a competitive advantage in the recent years? Let me start with Mr. Naveen.
Thank you. After a heavy tech discussion, feel a bit misplaced talking about low tech, right? We are talking about survival, and that's basically what sustainability is all about, right? So, interesting topic to follow after that heavy discussion. So, sustainability as a competitive advantage. I'll bring two perspectives. One, what is happening around the world, and two, where I believe India is in that journey, right? Two different perspectives. So when we take the global organizations, because half my career I spent with DHL, around the world, so I have that global exposure. This was a topic as a competitive advantage that companies were looking at 10 years back. 10 years back. So that's when we started saying, hey, Go Green is a new product that we are launching at DHL, and then our competitors, Kuehne Nagel launched, and then Expeditors launched. So that was a discussion 10 years back, right? I remember, one of the customers, Royal Golden Eagle Group, it's an Indonesian company, headquartered in Singapore. They have one of the assets is a paper mill called April Paper, one of the largest paper manufacturers in the world. So around about 2013, they started this quote-unquote outsourcing journey because they were doing everything by themselves. It was a family-owned business, about $16 billion, quite sizable. And they said, okay, when we are starting the outsourcing journey, they were doing at that time around 100,000 containers a year of paper and pulp. Right? That's quite a volume. So they invited the big boys, the yellow machine called DHL, Kuehne Nagel, everybody. They said, hey, this is what we want to start. Before issuing a RFQ, we would like to have a conversation with you. Interestingly, all the big boys said, sorry, we can't work with you. Imagine that happening in India. 100,000 containers, the customer calls you for a discussion and you say, sorry, we are not interested in work. And why did we say that? We said your sustainability record is pathetic. You are into, cutting trees, right? How else are we going to get paper? You are into cutting trees, so sorry, we are not interested in your business. So for me, it was a great learning. I was sitting in that room when this conversation happened, and my APAC CEO, Kelvin Loyng, said, and then similarly, Kuehne Nagel CEO, everybody said the same thing. So I was like, wow, that is an interesting topic, right? An interesting consideration. Long story short, April Paper said, yeah, if that is the case, if this is what the industry is telling us, let us go get back our act together. They took 2 years to get their environmental credentials fixed. They did a lot of things, whether it is plantation, replenishment, how do they do waste management, whole lot of things. It took 2 years for them to really start getting those certifications, and 2 years later, they did issue the RFQ. We did go to the, RFQ, we participated, we won the business. Happy about it. So that was then, I'm talking 10 years back, right? Now, coming to India, I'm hoping this discussion will start. I haven't seen it start. My total experience in the domestic market is 1 year. I'm sure there are a lot of panelists who have a lot more experience than that. Sustainability as a competitive advantage is, I think, still a far cry. Because when you're talking about competitive advantage, the demand side maybe is not ready. The supply side may be ready, right? So how do you get that demand side moving? I think is a $1 million question. And I think it is an opportunity, and each country is doing it different way. I don't believe personally that the government has all the answers. I don't think government has answers. There has to be a a concerted effort, because when DHL and Kunanagal went there was no government there. It's a private organization, pretty much business focused, pretty much profitability focused. But then we said no. So that would where I'll start with.
Thanks, sir. Over to Mr. Srinivas.
Hey, good afternoon to all of you. And thanks for inviting us. So first of all, I think sustainable to the fittest. What I believe, we are a very young company compared to most of the panelists who are coming from those companies. We are a quite young company, 3.5 years old. Right? And to be very honest, we have not think of any kind of sustainability till now. We are just building the business. But by knowingly or unknowingly, we have done some kind of initiatives which falls under this sustainability. Right? For examples, what sir has mentioned right now, sustainability is already started in terms of the supply side of the business, right? The demand side is yet to be determined. What I feel, a lot of queries from our consumers. So before that, I will also give you some kind of gist about the Zepto, how we are doing, so that we can relate to that. Zepto, 3.5 years old company. Currently, we are there doing the 10 minutes delivery all across 72 cities and having more than 1,000 dark stores all across, and with a valuation of more than $5 billion, and doing almost 15 to 18 lakhs delivery on a day-to-day basis, which includes almost 80 to sometime on a very good day or in events day, it goes as high as 1 crore number of units used to deliver, right? So while I'm saying why I'm giving all these numbers and how it will relate to sustainability, not now, in the future also. 1 crore units of items we are delivering. That means each of the item being packed something, right? A lot of plastics we are using over there. Apart from that, in the 72 cities, our micro fulfillment centers are there, right? Dark stores are there, thousands. So there also we are using a lot of plastics. So I think some kind of initiatives we will take. We haven't started, to be very honest again, we haven't started doing that. But there is an opportunity we can implement very quickly and very efficiently once we start over there. And in the supply side also, almost we are flying almost 3,000 to 4,000 vehicles on a day-to-day basis, right? And most of the vehicles are diesel. So there is an opportunity to convert into them. The entire line haul, your first mile, mid mile, last mile, everything is there. But the demand side, what we deliver, there we are using somewhere around 70% of our vehicles are EV now. So those kind of sustainability what we have already started. The clean energy, what we are talking about, I think the solar energy. So in few of our collection centers where we source directly from the farmers, the fruits and vegetables, right, which contributes almost, that is the one of the top category in Zepto, fruits and vegetables, which contributes more than 15 to 17% of the overall sales. In fact, we are about to become the largest fruits and vegetable business across the country, right? So doing somewhere around 20 to 25 lakhs of units, fruits and vegetables units per day, right? And again, there also sustainability comes into play, where we can do all of packaging, like in terms of plastic, we can go to a MAP type of packaging, or you can go for a leaf kind of packaging. Also, where the packaging is not needed, then also we are packaging just because ease of our doing the business, just to put a sticker, to maintain the FIFO, to maintain the freshness, all those things. So we are developing the take as well, how to avoid all those things, how to reduce the shelf life. The same day, fresh perishable stocks can be given to the consumers, right? Just to maintain the operational challenge, we could not able to figure out without packaging how vegetables can be sold. But in the market, if you can see, everyone is selling without no packaging, right? You bring your own bag and get the vegetables over there. But for us, it's very difficult in the hyperlocal market delivery. We need some kind of packaging, we need some operational excellence, we need to maintain the speed. So those are the challenges, but we're working on that part. So what my thought process around that is, like for example, sweet corn. You might have seen American sweet corn, right? Don't you think that it requires any kind of packaging? Almost 10 to 15 leaf layers are already there. You need to tear it apart to get the sweet corn. But still we are packaging that. Do you think that watermelon needs any kind of packaging? Still we are packaging that. Dry coconut, no need of any kind of packaging. Tender coconut, no need of any kind of packaging. Still we are doing that. So I think the opportunity is there to get into the sustainability very, very quickly. We are figuring that out. With the help of tech, we will definitely come up that. And about, again, going back to the supply side of the business, where we are running almost 3,000 to 4,000 vehicles. The entire line on first mile, second mile, what I am talking about, it comes directly from the factories or from the farms or from the supplier's point. So what we are thinking of, how we can reduce the carbon footprint. Also, it will give us more in terms of the cost reduction part as well, right? Instead of having an electric vehicle, then maybe loadability factor, viability factor will be there. That the truck may not load, or the speed won't be there. But the way we will design the supply chain architecture, so that the nearest place where we can send the to and fro or the reverse logistics will work through the electric vehicle. So, I mean, down the line, 4 or 5 years, 70-80% of our vehicle, if can move to the green mobility, then that will give us a significant amount of sustainability. And for us, sustainability also play as a good pricing lever as well, right? So this will give us, I mean, both the way we can work. This is a blessing in disguise, what I can say, right? We will do both the works. It will reduce our cost. In the meantime, also it will, give us the sustainability of the nature as well, right? So I think during the discussion we'll talk about more about the sustainability. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Girdhar. Thank you, and good afternoon to everyone. Happy to be part of this panel. So, coming to this sustainability topic, see, I think the area of what has been covered, what is sustainability, I think everyone is clear about. Is it clear to everyone what is sustainability as a definition, as a topic we are discussing this? Yes. Yeah. So I will talk more about the why part. So basically, if suppose why sustainability is important, why this is important, why this has been discussed so much about this, because the resources what we use on daily basis are finite. Resources are not going to be available for everything. If we keep using these resources, tomorrow there could be a chance that you will not have those resources or your raw materials or your inputs available. So bringing in this sustainability practice into your daily work or daily planning method, it prepares you for any kind of uncertainty which can come in future. Like there was one question, I think in the first panel somebody asked, some badshah masala or something, some spices, there was something stopped at UK. See, if you are practicing sustainability, it could have been known to you, these kind of laws, these kind of regulations are under discussions. And you, in-house, in your processes, in your planning mechanisms, you would have thought about how to stop this. You would have prepared better. So tomorrow when we are talking about sustainability, if we do not follow this principle and we do not bring this into our planning, day-to-day working, what will happen? We will be lagging behind. There will be other competitors which can take over us. So until unless we use this mantra in our day-to-day working, I think the point what you said, survival of the fittest. The sustainable will survive and the non-sustainable will not survive. If we take certain examples, say from the strategy topic, there are a lot of technologies, changes, evolution takes place. If you are not switching and adopting to new technology, what happens? You lose some competitive advantage. The competitive advantage goes to the other team. So as a strategy, this sustainability practice, until unless we put into our day-to-day practice, our internal processes, we will be lagging behind. We will be lagging behind to the competitor also, and we will be unprepared for the new laws, new regulations, or we will be losing certain markets where the regulations are more stringent. So in my opinion, I think the sustainability is very important. The organizations, as in other panelists it was said, right now sustainability is mostly followed from the regulation point of view. It is not followed as a business opportunity or business sustainability point of view, as a business model point of view. Until unless we move to that thinking approach, it will be very difficult for those organizations who do not think sustainability is important to survive in the future.
Thank you, sir. Your view, sir, Mr. Kunal, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, thanks a lot for inviting us and thanks for ensuring that it's a learning curve from both the sides. We will learn a lot from you and you guys will learn something from us. On this topic, I'll be very clear, few thoughts as a consumer. Once my wife ordered something from a particular e-com company, and when she received that particular stocks, it was wrapped in bubble, that plastic bubble wrap. And so much of bubble wrap was used that what happened? She said, I don't think so, I will order from this company again because they are just wasting a lot of plastic. Small things like which we see that we train or maybe we get lots of ideas. I was one of the resorts in Karjat, which is very close to Mumbai. A young entrepreneur who has made that resort, and it was such a good thing to see that the entire resort was running on a solar power, and it was unbelievable. What sir said that in 2003 people used to talk. Well, I've worked with companies like RK Foodland, which was one of the pioneers in food supply chain, where in 2003 the entire warehouse was run on solar, including the cold storage. There were so many things which was done because ideally we had visited a global company called Compass, from where we learned a lot how to run a food industry without plastic. So I believe if the companies do not take a positive step and if governments do not bring a lot of regulation in this, it will be a problem for us in future, wherein what sir said that our resources are limited, it can just vanish. Okay, so even when we started in a normal startup company like what he said in Zepto, same for us in Goodland Group, we thought what all things we can do. The very first thing which I did after getting this, a review from my wife that I never order from that company again because they are using so much of bubble wrap. I replaced that with Hex Crush, which is a paper cover. So that's a simple step. And you guys will not believe that we used to get the positive reviews from the customer. Their packaging has changed. And then we bought in various process which was tech enabled, wherein what product and how it has to be packed, system will tell to the packer. Well, the packers are like a 10th or a 12th pass guys. They will not know how to do the packing. So with the help of tech enabling and a simple SOPs, the system used to guide them, please use an envelope, don't use the shipper carton. Okay, so all the small things will actually help the companies to achieve this mission, which is not a company's vision, but it is our vision. So let's see what all learning we can take from here, and it would be very helpful if we can adapt those learnings even in our day-to-day life. Forget companies, even at an individual level, what all things we can do to ensure we protect the environment. That's it. Thank you guys. Over to you, ma'am.
Hello, good afternoon everyone. Thanks for having us, and you guys are excellent hosts. I must say that over the last day and a half we have been taken very good care of. So thank you for hosting and taking good care of us. Coming to your question, Giridhar, on sustainability as a business imperative versus a competitive advantage, I would like to pick from the fact where Kunal left, right, that his wife said, I'm not going to order from this company. So today's consumer is a well-informed consumer. They are highly aware of what they source, where they are purchasing a product, what is the supply chain model, where do you source from. So no, based on those things as well, not only the quality of the product that you give to the customer, based on how do you produce and supply that product, they take decisions on that level as well. So with increased awareness of the consumer, it becomes an imperative for you to up on your sustainable initiatives. Another one is risk management. We have had instances, as a company we use a lot of water, right? I come from Coke. And we have had instances where we had to stop plants in the month of May because of lack of water. 60% of our revenue is generated between the months of March to May. And imagine having a plant down because you don't have water. So it is not only, you're doing good for the planet, it is for your own risk management. You need to invest in making sure that you don't deplete those finite resources. So we've invested in technology, we have done rainwater harvesting, we have deepened natural lakes, we are water positive in a lot of locations now. So it is a risk management strategy as well. Another thing is cost efficiency. So even though investing in sustainable practices still has a high upfront cost, the payback in the longer run is much more cost efficient versus the non-sustainable option, right? So cost efficiency, reduction of cost is a big thing in sustainability. Once you start practicing it, you will start seeing the benefits of that. We are sitting in the land of Tatas, so brand loyalty, and brand recognition. So no who better than Tatas to teach us that, right? So once your consumers know of your story and you're able to get to them with how sustainable you are as an organization, you create that brand loyalty for yourself. And then the consumer is not going to leave you. So all this will add to your business revenue only. So these are the business advantages, the competitive advantages that you will have if you practice sustainable supply chain models in your and even the infrastructure decisions that you take. The better you are able to link them with sustainability, the better reward they will give you over the years to come. So there are a lot of benefits which we have, like we have a legacy of 138 years. So over the years we have learned, and we have also done this over the last few years, but we are getting better at them. 37% of all the power and fuel that we use is renewable. Okay, and very soon we plan to get to 60% and then slowly to 100%. So we are learning as an organization, and I think with interaction with other industry leaders, there are a lot of best practices that we can share among ourselves on this front. Okay, that's my take on it.
Thanks for your views, ma'am. So we come to the end of this power play, where we had opened into the arena of sustainability. How is its position in its business? And next, we go into the middle phase with set of specific questions to our individual panelists. So coming to Mr. Naveen. So considering that, according to the reports, transportation and logistics is one of the key contributors to the greenhouse gas emissions, and is often spoken in the world itself, like it is significantly harming the environment kind of. So in this case, being a part of dealing with the clientele, right from automotive to FMCG to pharma, etc., can you share some experiences on how you had transformed the challenges into opportunities in the case of sustainability space, and how it has improved the environment?
Good question. In the spirit of not lying, we have been trying to do something. I think would be a fair answer. So just to give you an example, so one of the paint customers, big brand, because they are cover customers, so I cannot share the name. So they said, sir, we have a diktat from our corporate office that we need to start using EVs. So just a little bit about driver logistics. Driver logistics is a third-party logistics provider. We are into warehousing and distribution, right? So into secondary basically. So the goods come into our warehouse, we manage the warehouse, and then we send it to the dealers. We do the last mile, right? So that's basically our business. So we say, okay, we'll come back to you, and then we go back with a proposal to put 2 EVs. Right, in one of the operations, and we manage about 8 warehouses for this paint customer. Then we say, hey, here's the proposal, and say, I don't need a proposal, okay, but that's what you asked for, because they said, no, you have your existing fleet, replace 2 of them with EVs. I said, okay, that's brilliant. Translation is, I'm not going to pay for it, number 1. Yeah, it starts there, right, because that's where I said, how is the demand side going to address it? Is a big challenge, right? So I'm not going to pay for it. Okay. Then we, contact several EV organizations and say, is there a lease model? Is there a rental model? Because I cannot handle that much capex. I'm a very small company, right? I cannot handle so much capex. Then we eventually ended up with 2 EVs for 1 operation, right? Then here comes the next thing. So the customer says, okay, now that you're replacing this, I'm seeing that there is a loss in throughput. we say yes, there will be a loss in throughput because my vehicles were a little bit bigger. Now this is smaller, so and then I have to put them in a charge after 4 hours of use. So there is a loss of productivity there. So yes, throughput will be lost. I said, no, I did not agree to that. There should not be any loss in throughput. Welcome, right? And now comes the kicker. Then they say, now that you don't have diesel cost, you should give me a cost saving. So just to put things in context, there is corporate level discussion in the boardrooms, and you can see them in the annual general body meetings minutes and annual reports and everything. But on the ground, right, it is not reaching the way it should, and there's a huge disconnect there. So now a typical 3PL, our margins would be, again, unlike a startup where there are billions being thrown because of valuation. We're an existing business, so my margins are 6%. Logistics and supply chain, if anybody says their margins are more than 6%, then they're stealing somewhere. I can tell you that, right? Including big boys like DHL and all these guys, that's the amount of net profit they make. So now I'm running on a thin margin, right? Then you say, I'm going to hold your collar, right? I will not pay you capex. And then you tighten it, and then you start choking and say, yeah, I'll let you breathe, that's all. Otherwise you die as a business. So that's the challenge. So demand side has not picked up. And I would say we have been trying, I've been, for the 1 year I've been in the company, I've been having these conversations with these supply chain managers across our customers' organization. Hey, we can do carbon reporting, we would like to, because we have the data in our TMS, transport management system, and we can even help you set it off, because we are trying to see if there is another line of product or a service that we can do, and see that as an opportunity. Notwithstanding, sustainability is a need and not a want, right? On the other hand, the ground reality is exactly what I explained. I'm sure my colleagues here can relate to what I'm talking about, right? Because that's the ground reality. So to answer your question, we are trying many things. But the ground reality is, it is not going, too far. I think we have got to a point where they're actively saying, because somebody in the head office is saying, have you done anything about it? Yes, sir, I've got 2 EVs. Okay, good, check mark, done. Right? What after that? Right? What after that? And how is things working? I think there has to be a lot more work to be done in that space, right? And some of these customers that we deal with, automotive, we have a lot of tire companies, right? Paint companies, tire companies. Sustainability is a huge challenge in their own industry. And as my friend from Futsal was saying, I think the awareness is there, right, at the corporate level. But as we used to sell in DHL, Bonn is where our head office was. We used to say, yeah, Bonn can do anything because a bunch of McKinsey consultants getting paid $50 million can talk anything. But on ground, what are we actually doing? There used to be a huge disconnect, right? So I think that is where some of the things will start taking fruition, because as small as driver logistics is, we want to do. So that's the supply side of serving the industry. But if the demand side is not coming up to speed, and as I think the common theme is, I don't think it's all about regulations. I think if we are going down the path of regulations, I think we are going into a rat hole, and I don't think it's going to serve anybody. So hopefully I answered your question, not the way you would like, but it's a stark reality.
Sir, thanks for presenting the stark reality and for your honest views as well. Hope it changes in the years to come.
That's why we are here, because you guys are the future.
Definitely, sir. Sure. Thanks a lot. And next is to Mr. Srinivas. So I would like to quote one statement. Out of stock is unpardonable in supply chain and leads to forever loss of both demand and customer. So this was one statement which was made by Vinay Dhanani, the COO of Zepto, in an annual retail conclave. In light to this, considering the topic of the sustainable and yet disruptive supply chains, how did Zepto use technology as a tool to stay ahead of the curve with the competition? And in line with that statement that has been delivered by the CEO as well.
So Vinay has always done that, right? He creates the pressure outside and inside both. So I work very closely with Vinay. Right? Thing is that out of stock, what he has mentioned, right? Who has a consumer tech-driven company, right? At any point of time, out of stock means you are losing the customers as well as you are losing the revenue, right? But such a predictive model you need to, develop where both needs to be balanced out, right? You should not be out of stock. If you are out of stock, I told you how it will be revenue loss and the customer loss. And if it's overstocking, then it might lead to some kind of liquidation, some kind of dump or some kind of expiry. So how to balance it out? So for that reason, I think the tools what we are using, first we started using the Excel one. We started with that. Every month and month we started iterating along with the demands because we don't know how the demand would be, right? So the growth team, they used to come up with the OPD numbers. OPD is nothing like your order per day, right? So we know each of the day how it behaves, each of the hours how it behaves, right? What kind of product, what is the rate of sales, how everything comes together, how all these things are synced together to generate some kind of predictive model. So just saying for sake of saying that we are using AI, ML, all those things. No, that we developed with 3 years of data. Now we can say we are in a very good state where we can use all those data. So the 20 million active users are there. Out of that 5 to 7 million numbers of users what we have, they are transiting on a day-to-day basis, right? So now we can use all those data for our favor. Out of stock, again I am coming back to that. The food contribution in Zepto's business is more than 60%. And non-food is like 40%, right? In food, fruits, vegetables, meat and fish, all your dairy, these are the regular essentials, right? And to predict all those things, I don't know, on a Monday versus Sunday, what are the pricing, or what are the offers, what are the weather conditions, is there India-Pakistan match is there or not, right? What are the traffic conditions, what are the local festivals? So all these nuances needs to be built into this, right? I don't think any system is built to capture all these nuances or insights. You need to put all those inputs in the output, again you need to do a manual edit, then it can become the predictive analysis, right? So that we are building, still in the stage, work in progress. Apart from that, out of stock, how to manage out of stock, definitely a lot of customer engagement, customer insights, we know. We go for a cluster specific approach, right? Let's say for Mumbai, Bandra is one area, similarly Kandivali is another area, similarly, Vasi is another area. These are 3 different zones altogether, right? In terms of demographic, in terms of economical, so these are the completely ABC kind of classification we can give to them, right? So we know in Bandra on which particular day, which kind of clientele, which kind of product they want, right? Similarly, the same happens with all other clusters. So cluster specific, and also who are the locals, what type of religions they have, what kind of product they used to have on a day-to-day basis, what is their eating habits, right? What are the age, what is their lifestyle. So put together everything, just analyzing a person's daily behavior starting from his day starts to end of the day, right? When he wakes up, when he gets into bed, during the time, what all he has done, everything needs to be captured, then only your predicted demand will be perfect, right? So, just to get all into this, and here I am not taking any kind of sustainability factor to it. We are simply using a lot of, now we have in-house tech team. We have all these data, they started building all those things. And data-driven decisions always been helpful, but sometimes we go along with the flow as well, because you don't know what is your competition doing, right? So nowadays competition is very, very tough, right? So in fact, you need to be ahead of competition. Sometimes you need to avoid those data as well. So I'm not a data guy in my team or in my office as well, right? We always go along with the market. What is happening in the local areas? What is happening in and there, right? All those things, how to build, how to take all those nuances and insights to build something. So then only your output will come, then it will become and convert into the data, right? So those are the nuances what we are doing rightly. It's a mix of both data, plus we are also learning. It's a very young company, 3.5 years is nothing, right? But still we are able to manage not 20 lakhs orders per day, still we are aiming for 50 lakhs orders per day. Those kinds of numbers what we are aiming for. Need to a generational company, global standard company. So for that reason, definitely a robust data architecture team needs to be there, and they are working. So we have data scientists, data analytics, a lot of guys are there, right? So we are keep on doing a lot of activity in terms of hourly report, in terms of all those dashboards we are making, the cluster specific, customer specific, and all your SKU specific. So SKU cross customer cross your cluster. So these are the bottoms up approach what we are taking to make available all the stocks. Apart from that, this is all about the demand side. And if I come to the supply side, we know what kind of volume we are about to generate. For that, what kind of warehouse needs to be built in around. So for each of the category, like we are operating more than 50 lakh square feet of operation warehouse, right? So you might be, I think we can connect, right? So for FMCG, there would be one, in each of the city where we are operating, one FMCG warehouse would be there, similarly one fruits and vegetable warehouse would be there, similarly cold warehouse would be there, and for meat and fish also the processing area would be there, right? So predicting the demand, getting into backend, serving the backend operations, generating all those space, creating the capacity building, then again doing the TMS as you mentioned, the entire transport system, then the entire supply chain needs to be built around. So for that you need time, right? So I am not putting the exact number. We just started a program called NLC, that is Net Lending Cost Construct. That we have simply put to the growth and active users, those who are inactive, those who transact with us, let's say 3 times in a week or 2 times in a week. What is their ELC, early life cycle? So last 45 days or last 30 days, we put them in the growth cohort. We're offering them 30% off on any fruits and vegetables, right? And that price is almost equivalent to a wholesale price. The demand shoot up like anything. Definitely it will be there. Then now, you acquire the customer, you have to retain the customer. To retain the customer, you need to, available make the products. So to make available the products, you need to build the robot system in the back end itself. So to that, the volume has gone up almost 3x, right? So how to manage all those things? For that, I think the data is really needed. We did the predictive analysis. If we will do it now, what kind of space is required to keep all those products, right? So for that, I think we started working with in-house team, started working with the 1P partner, 3PL partners, right? So that way, I think a lot of integration happens. Then only we can able to make the product available to our consumers, right? Also, the supply partners, they need some time. In transit time, will take a lot of 3 to 4 days, 5 days. In some of the cases, it may require 7-10 days as well, right? You need to maintain the inventory, right? So inventory management is another thing where I think that will available the in-stock ability. So as a platform level, to be very honest, I'm saying I think maybe industry's fast kind of approach for fruits and vegetable, all the fresh category, which contributes more. Our availability is more than 93% throughout the day. So it starts at 6 am, ends at night 2 am. Throughout then the depletion happens. So it starts with 93% because most of the put away happens in the morning time. And during the night at 2 am, then also the stock is almost 80-85%, right? So at any point of view, if stock is available, then your revenue will go up. So those are some steps I think what we have taken, and a lot of data-driven work is going on. So probably we'll be able to fulfill 100% stock at any point of time to any of the customers. That's my take. Yeah.
Thanks, sir. It's true that not at all times data can be completely useful, but it also depends on the intelligence and the insights on how to harness the required information from the data. Thanks, sir. Thanks for shedding light on that. And next to Mr. Santosh. So, given your expertise in the demand forecasting and bridging the gap between the supply and demand in the Gulf Oil Organization, lubricants, etc. So, how have you used the various statistical forecasting tools and approaches for bridging the gap, ensuring sustainability as well as the business profitability as well, considering the various geopolitical disruptions and the various external factors as well?
So, to be successful in supply chain, you have to create balance, and always I give an example that you have to travel in two boats. One boat is a customer side, another boat is supplier side. And if you understand what is happening at the customer side and what is happening at the vendor side, so you can balance the thing because the demand and supply both will vary with different velocity, different variability, different volatility, all those will be different. So forecast plays a very major role in understanding, in projecting the requirement or projecting what kind of variability or volatility will come in future. So we a lot of time talk about VUCA terms, volatility, uncertainties. So if you have a very good forecasting model and good forecasting processes built into your system, I think you will be able to project what kind of requirements are going to come in future. So coming to the supply chain planning or requirement of supply chain, starting from the long term, you can decide what are the plants, what are the resources, what are the capabilities, what are the technological capabilities you require in the long terms. It can add, forecast can aid as an input for your integrated business planning. You can project based on those demand, what could be my future prices and what could be my future revenues out of this. You can also create certain kind of what if analysis, like in the morning I think we got an example of Cadbury. Basically, the raw material prices going up by 300%. So it may not be possible to predict all those things, but you can always create a what if analysis. You can always create a business continuity plan considering extreme situations. So those you can create with the forecasting. So starting with the long term, suppose you want to grow at a certain rate. So what will be the product mix? What will be the product market mix? And what is going to be your approach to reach to the customer? Whether you want to go direct to the customer, you want to go via a distributor, you want to follow an online system. What you can follow, based on that you can define what are the capabilities and internal process I require. Based on that you can project what are going to be the cost of acquiring those things and what are the technologies are going to be there. So it helps in giving you a long-term plan. In the middle term, you can always plan your inventory policies. So to service a certain customers, if you can give those requirements to your vendors. See, right now to be successful, we used to talk only about say our vendors, our customers. But now the situation has changed. You have to go to vendor and customer to understand what are the changes happening at those things, at those levels. Suppose your vendor is performing well, but his vendor is not performing well. Still it will create problem for you. So at the medium term, forecast will give you to analyze what kind of inventory policies you want to keep, what kind of supports you require on the pricing term. Third, mostly forecasting is mostly used for the tactical plan. So whatever discussion happens on forecast basically happens for a tactical plan for say 1 month or 2 months or 3 months. All those discussions happen. There also, seeing your accuracy, you can design system how you can respond to your customer fast. Whatever changes, whatever the demand senses you are generating from the market, you can rework with your model to get the better data. So forecasting is a very good tool. I think it bridges the gap between the demand and supply. Always you can create a balance between demand and supply and have a sustainable supply chain for a longer term.
Thank you, sir. Sir, and next over to Mr. Kunal. So, given your experience in the FMCG retail space and the Mygram products as well, so how have the next generation analytics and the rising consumerism factor and your experience in customized ERP transformation for the respective industries have trace the path of sustainability in the respective space. Okay, thanks for this. So before that, I would just like to ask you a few questions, and maybe you can just raise your hand. How many team members are here interested in joining any supply chain as a function? Means, are there any few guys who would like to be a demand planner, supply planner, or to be a part of distribution? Good, I can see a lot of hands. My only request to you guys is, first become a subject matter expert in all this process, what are this functional process, but then later in your career try to glue up and get that technical insights or how to work with those AIs or IVPs of the world or all those tools which are there which will really help you to push your career in a faster way, and that really helps. So coming back to your question, basically all these FMCG companies are nowadays getting a lot of support mainly because of three reasons. The number one is analytics, AI. Lot of data is generated and it really helps you to take a decision which is on the basis of data. It's not a gut feeling. For example, when I had joined my company, there used to be a lot of wastages. And we used to, and this problem is there with many food companies. And I'm sure even Zeptos and Swiggies and Blinkits and all the guys who are dealing into food will have this problem. So it's very important to ensure that you get data related to demand and supply and ensure that you do not over manufacture. You do not have excess inventory or else it will lead to a lot of wastages. So data driven analytics and all those things, those reports, those analysis which come from this good system will really help you, number one, to ensure the wastage, because the wastages impact a lot to our environment. Also to track the carbon footprints. This is one of the experience which was one thought. Second is, I feel to some extent consumer data, which is very important. As I had already said in my earlier sentence, just now I said that what type of packaging you use. And then nowadays the consumers are so intelligent, I'll tell you. They track a lot of things like ethical sourcing, how the entire source it's done, and so you have to capture all this data in a very correct way. Third, which is again I feel we have many ERPs which are there nowadays, like and all these ERPs will help you to have excellent processes like blockchain, AI, or even IoT, which will help you to trace and all those things. So, for simple example, we used to work earlier with one company, I would not like to name it. We used to send containers of food products from India. And now with IoT, you can actually track the temperature of those containers where the lead times are, let's say, around 30 days to 40 days. And all these technologies and systems will help you to ensure there are no wastages, which will again support to the environment. So, at the end of the day, it's still a new process in India wherein I feel it will take a lot of time, and every company or every individual has to focus on the key basics to see that what all steps they can do to ensure they protect the environment, reduce the wastage, reduce the carbon footprint, to ensure that those basics are applied in each and every process. Once all the processes are aligned and all the company members are aligned to those thoughts, I'm sure every FMCG company will be able to have this vision of ensuring to reduce the carbon footprint as much as possible. True, sir. Now over to Ms. Deepta, ma'am. So, ma'am, it was heartening to note that you are one of the recipients of that Demand Planning and Forecasting Awards. So, considering that you have been awarded for demonstrating leadership through uncertain times. So, can you just walk us through that how you had used the technology as the platform to demonstrate your leadership using, in navigating through the uncertain times in your industry?
So this was in 2022 and it was the year just after the COVID waves were over in India. So we were not prepared for that kind of growth. I think we grew 22% in that particular year. And we were not ready, no amount of forecasting helped us prepare for that kind of a surge in demand. And inventory management being one of the key pillars of supply planning, we had not prepared on any inventory buffer to cater to that kind of demand. So we were completely taken by surprise. And at that point in time, more than technology, I actually went back to the basics. Had very, very strong routines of SNOE and SNOP, interactions and collaborations with the sales team, because that was a period, I think, see, Holi for us is the timeline, right? When even in the Indian calendar, Holi is when the temperature changes. We move away from winter and we get into summers. So Holi that year was 6th of March, and on 8th of March we were sitting on 8 million inventory physical cases across India. Today we are at around 16 million physical cases, almost double. So we're working on half the inventory. So at that time we didn't have much choice except to tell the sales people that if you give us a production run of 72 hours on a particular brand, say some thumbs up, you will definitely go stock out on Sprite for the next 3 days, but you will help us produce more number of cases if you give us an efficient run. So we'll give you Sprite after 3 days, but 3 days let me run thumbs up. So it was basically just collaborating across sales teams. And also, I mean, people who have worked across geographies know that it's a balancing act, managing the demand and supply across locations, right? So we were using technology to see what is the distributor inventory that we have at a particular location. Is the consumer going to face a stock out, or can I survive by prioritizing one location over the other? So that is where technology helped us a lot. But in terms of managing the crisis, I think strengthening the basics and collaborating with the sales team helped us a lot. That is how I managed that situation.
True, ma'am. It is like just stick to your basics and your process, and the results will be bound to follow. And that was the lesson which I could take from that. And considering that, next we move on to a short discussion on how is the future kind of going to project from here on. So just we had discussed about the challenges which we faced in the past and the present, what we have done. So just to delve into the future, let me start with Mr. Naveen again. So considering this, the futuristic landscape, how will it evolve in the years to come, say beyond 2030, the UN Sustainable Development Goals and forward?
Yeah, I think for the UN goals to come to life, I think the most important is prioritization at the individual level. There's a lot of concepts that have come, right? A lot of concepts, whether it is, recycling, the whole, whole idea of saving resources and all of these things. So I think maybe a step back into COVID-19, right? So pre-COVID, we were all running behind just in time. Yeah, that was the holy grail, how do you make sure, because it was all about efficiency. Post-COVID, we became just in case, also called resilience, right? Now try and put them together. It's the same coin but two different sides. They cannot see each other. But if we have a wishful thinking that they should see each other, and then there has to be profitability and sustainability, it is not impossible, but based on the current processes we have, based on the current systems we have, it's a very, very tough call. Very, very tough call, right? So how do you, so fast forward, resilience is now the biggest topic in every CEO's, boardroom discussions everywhere in the world. So whether call it China plus one or whatever it is, it's supply chain resilience, right? How do you make sure that just in case something happens, how do you make sure that everything, and when we look at resilience, we say, okay, supplier diversification. Is that good enough? No. If I have suppliers everywhere, I need to make sure I have a service provider diversification. Yeah, so that is needed. And if I have a service provider diversification, how is their network, are they diversified enough? So it's a very, very big topic. And I think they're all being looked upon very seriously. And I think that will continue to evolve. I think resilience is going to give a lot of answers to our questions, and some of them will be nearshoring, and nearshoring will, of course, increase the cost, but also will have a significant impact on sustainability, because now you are cutting down on the transportation emissions, and all those aspects will come in. So I think circular economy and the whole circular logistics, how are we going to do, right? There are great, it's a great topic. A lot of things are happening in that space, but is the demand side ready? I'm going to ask a couple of questions, right, to all of us here. Question number one: would you buy a new Adidas T-shirt for 1,000 rupees, or are you willing to pay 1,200 for a used Adidas? Which one would you prefer? A new one, 1,000 rupees makes sense. That's the problem. That is the problem, right? So we need to make those choices, because the biggest impact we can have on circular economy are two industries, and there is enough research on that. One is fashion and clothing. Yeah, easy, because we all wear clothes, everybody in the universe. Two is electronics, and these are directly customer related. These are directly customer related, direct consumer, which all of us are part of it. So there has to be a dramatic shift in the consumer pattern. While there is awareness and all these things, and even for example in Zepto, let's say tomorrow Zepto launches a green service and say, hey, you buy this product for 1,000 rupees, and now there is a green service is 1,200. Who's going to buy the green service? It's not a zero-sum game, unfortunately. Somebody's got to pay for it, right? And there are long-term implications, as she was telling, long-term implications are very good, but are we prepared for that long-term? Or are we going to say, I'm going to save for the 200 today, right? We can say Zepto is not offering, and hence they are not a green company, but for Zepto to offer it, they have a cost that they need to absorb, right? And who is going to pay for that, right? And again, sticking to the circular economy, I think circular economy has a lot of hope in it, a lot of amazing things. So if I have, car parts that are recycled and reused, who's going to buy it? If I'm going to tell that, hey, I have a recycled parts in this Maruti, and it's going to be, by the way, 50,000 rupees extra, because collecting those, reprocessing those, and putting them back costs more than producing them. So these are real challenges. At the same time, these are real opportunities. So as we look at sustainability as something that is owned at each individual, not outsourced it to organizations or not outsourced it to governments, I think that is where we see a lot of future and hope, right? And technology is good. Technology can give us many solutions, but technology also comes with a cost. Who is going to pay for cost of technology? Are we going to persistently blame somebody for this? Are we going to be interested in footing the bill for that? So I think these are tough questions, but in the future, as we look at 2030 and beyond, I think it's the one example I can give is some of the most expensive products you buy in Europe. Some of the cheapest is in America. My friend lives in Amsterdam. He goes shopping to New York and in the US once a year, because that's where the cheapest is. In Europe, what they have done is the rampant consumerism is somehow controlled, and it is because a lot of regulations and a lot of soul searching as well at the individual level. So the consumerism has gone down a little bit, right? On the other hand, markets like the United States, and we unfortunately seem to be aping a lot of that, right? Wrong textbooks that somebody is reading, is that rampant consumerism. Why do you need separate summer clothing and winter clothing and spring clothing? I never had that. We had clothing, right? But that is what we are after now. Why do you need the latest and the greatest iPhone? The last iPhone I had was iPhone 6 or something like that, and since then I'm happy with my Android. But why do you need the there is no functional change. It's not functional change. And are you recycling it? One more question before I hand it over. How many of you have used sibling clothes? Yeah, that's a good start. I still use it. I'm an elder brother of a younger one. So all my life, I was passing to him. But now, he's grown thinner than me. So 6 months back, he said, "Bhai, some of my clothes don't fit me. Can I bring it to you?" I said, "Bloody yes, it's payback time." So I use his trousers and I use his shirts. So are we ready for this? And now you take it to the next level. Are you taking to the neighbor? And who the hell, I don't know, but it's available there, it's a used cloth, it's reprocessed. So I think that is where the future lies. As the individuals take this in control, I think there is better hope and a brighter future, is the way I see it.
Thank you, sir. Hope the cost convergence happens and the consumerism also, the shift changes. And also it starts with the home itself. And the sibling sizes should also match actually for that to happen. And next, over to Mr. True.
I remember to his point. So I am the youngest in I am the only daughter, right? So I didn't have any sibling to share my clothes with. But my mother and her sister, they would, whenever they meet every year, every couple of years, like they would bring bags because one of her daughters was elder than me and one daughter was younger than me. So both sisters would bring bags of clothing. I would get her elder daughter's clothes and my clothes would go to my aunt's younger daughter. But now times have changed. But Indians as a race, actually if you look back, we were green even before this became a fashionable term, right? We used to eat on those leaves, even in the weddings. If you go to South Indian weddings, even today, you are served on banana leaves, right? And a lot of North Indian weddings, you were served on steel plates and katoris. But now it is all changing. As a race, I remember going to shops as a child and they would pack dals in paper and tie it with a rope and give it to you. It was never packaged, newspaper, right? It was never packaged. So as a race, we were pretty green, and over the years, because of how we have been aping the West, we have lost that. But somewhere we are also restarting again, like ban of plastic bags is good. I don't think a lot of cities in India, they don't use plastic bags. Shops don't offer you plastic bags, so that is good. So we are making those starts again, but we have a long way to go.
Sure, ma'am. The road ahead is stays positive and with great number of shifts from the public itself. And next, over to Mr. Srinivas. So, can you just shed light on the same, continuing where Mr. Naveen has left, like the circular economy in quick commerce and e-commerce?
Yeah. So, as I mentioned, we are very much consumer-centric and consumer-driven company. So I can give an example. When we started Zepto, the minimum minimum number of units per order used to be 3. When the sales has gone up, that has gone up to 5. Right? So in one order, there will be 5 different items would be there, and it would be a mix of things, like one non-veg would be there, one vegetable would be there, one FMCG product would be there. So as per the system, each of the product being tagged, what kind of packaging it should be, right? So, and also the pick path is maintained in such a way so the picker can pick the fragile product at the last. Then they will hand over to the last mile or the riders, right? So why I am telling all these things? So generally what happens, the bag what you typically gives to the customers, that becomes a ad moment for us. So always use new kind of innovations there. Let's say we are dealing with fruits and vegetables. Now one new category has come up, let's say electricals. So we used to print everything about electricals in that bag. So a communication, that become a medium for communication to the customers, right? But later on realized, a number of customers, they used to post in the social site saying that, today I received, 5 bags, because they have ordered 5 times. There might be 10 bags also, because for different bags, different products, we might have given them different bags as well. For a cold product, 1 bag will be there. For a hot product, 1 will be there. So for heavy SKUs, something else will be there. So they start, accumulating almost 30, 40, 100 bags in months time. Then they started posting boss, इससे ज़्यादा नहीं चाहिए, right? You need to do something. You take it back. Then we thought of things like how to do it, right? Because taking it back, as he mentioned, there is a reverse logistic cost. I mean, reverse cost is there. So then we thought, we discussed with the tech team, product team, whether we'll put some kind of enablement over there. If somebody don't want any kind of packaging, we'll send them in luge. But for that, our bag also needs to be redesigned. If somebody orders 6 to 7 units, then how will you deliver them? And if let's say, maid comes to receive the product, then how many times you can take, right? Then our OTD will breach. The rider, the delivery boy, he needs to wait till the time 7 products get in. Till the time he takes a photographs, because might be some return policy would be there. Might they can claim something. Then we thought of, no, what we will do? We'll go ahead with this lose, even if we lose some 30 second, 40 second, but this will give us a more in terms of revenue saving. Apart from that also, sustainability, what I was mentioning, by unknowingly we have done that. So we reduced almost 30% of our packaging cost now, and almost 30% of the bag what we used to do, right? And we encourage the customers to, order clubbing the orders, right? So that in one larger bag and the large fleet we can send, and we can, reduce the packaging. Also, some of the customers, they suggested us, reuse the bag. We will send it back, and you just reuse it, right? For that, you incentivize us something. So that point systems, the loyalty programs, all those incentivization that we have started. So that also, I think we have taken one thing. Second, I think in terms of the reverse logistics, I can give you an example. So from south, we move a lot of products to north. For example, there is a place called Polachi. From there, we used to load a lot of tender coconuts. The full truck of tender coconuts, which contains almost 10 to 12 lakh units, 10 to 12,000 units, right? It goes to Delhi or Chandigarh or Jaipur, all those regions. So while coming back, we started loading the potatoes from Agra or Hathras region. So those kind of reverse logistics we figure out. Unless until we not presence all across India, then it won't be also effective. So a lot of things are coming up also. The same thing can be done for, Maharashtra to Bangalore or Bangalore to Nasik, something like that. So reverse logistics, I think, will play a major role where we can do. And in reverse logistics, if it's an EV vehicle, then nothing like it. So I think that is another way of doing the sustainability part. And also one more thing, that is the dynamic pricing. So you will ask me how dynamic pricing plays a role in the sustainability. Because a lot of food wastage are happening, a lot of overstocking is there. As we mentioned, out of stock while we are discussing, right? In few of the stores, same item is available readily, and the same item is not available in other stores as well. So either you do an inter-warehouse transfer, inter-store transfer to maintain the stock, or else do a dynamic pricing just to liquidate the stock. So if you will not do the dynamic pricing, it may, turns into the wastage. So that is another tech-based enablement what we have started doing. It's a dynamic pricing for each of the customers, or it's a markdown prices or a liquidation prices, something like that. Apart from that, I think most of the things in terms of sustainability, as I mentioned, the warehouses, right? 50 lakh square feet warehouses there. If you almost 10% or 15% just to start with, you will do the solar panel system over there, right? So that will be also useful and helpful for us. So for us, I think sustainability, I'm not saying that as a young woman we should not think of that. Basically, this will be a cost reduction activity for us. Along with that, we will make the sustainability. So in both the side, I think positivity towards it. And also, I can give a farmer example. We have, like I mentioned, collection centers. So there also, we receive almost 80-90% of the fruits or vegetables. Rest 10% goes for the waste after doing the sorting ready, right? So the farmers, they used to take it back, either they sell it in the nearest market or throw it away. Then we thought of almost 10 to 15 tons of wastage are created in a farm in Nasik, right? Then we started putting a machine over there, right? So whatever the waste is there, whatever the rejected materials are there, we put it over there. Then they started doing the manual over there. So those kind of sustainability is also taking place, right? And we give it back to the farmers for free, so they can use it in the compost. They can use it in their field. So I think by default also we can do such kind of activities which will help the farmers, and all those benefit or goodness will start coming to our ecosystem inside. This is what my thought process around this thing, and probably we have started doing that actually. Right? So that's the good thing, and hopefully we'll continue doing that as and when we are expanding to a lot of other cities. So the scope is very, very high. So, and also once we will start, others will definitely will follow that. So this is what the competition to learn the best practices and implement as well. Yeah, that was my take.
Thanks, sir. Sir, Mr. Santosh, sir, if you would like to add anything about future.
So in supply chain, if I talk about future, so there is a lot of things which will happen in the technology space. So right now the new age technologies which are coming in for supply chain, let's talk about robotics or AI ML or big data analytics or even IoTs. These are on the little bit on the costlier side. I think maybe in future, in the coming future, I think a lot of companies will develop more competence in all these things, and maybe they will offer a very good, better and cheaper solution which can enhance the efficiency and effectiveness of supply chain. Taking this further about AI and ML, I think not to scare any of you, one of you, but if we map say supply chain process, what are the supply chain processes we have? We have demand forecasting, we have supply planning, we have procurement, we have logistics and warehousing, and we have customer service. And along with that, the new data science which has been generated. I think in going the future, maybe the department of supply chain will have a lot of AI agents working along with the demand planners, supply planners and all those things. So let's talk about, so I may have a demand AI agent which given the requirement will generate the forecasting based on the whatever input data is available from the historical or from the other information. It will generate the demand and release it to the supply planning. I will have a supply planning agent which will take the input of demand forecasting and the inventory scenarios, open orders, everything, and it will plan and it will release your procurement, requisitions, production orders, as well as the distribution orders. I may have my procurement AI engine which will do all the release of purchase requisition. It will communicate to the vendors also what is the requirement date, and in return also will track how vendor is performing against those. I may have scheduler AI engine. What it will do, it will schedule based on product line wise, product capacity wise, considering the constraints, what are the demands are required, it will do that. I may have control tower AI engine which will sit top on everything. It will do the data analysis, take the demand on hand right now, compare with what was forecasted, what was inventory planning, and feed it to the demand planning as well as supply planning engine as well as PPDS or scheduler engine where it can schedule everything. I may have a customer service AI engine which will track the real-time customer orders. It will allocate or maybe provide inventory, make the reservation for those inventory, may create scheduled dispatches to the customers and also track on it. So I think maybe in near future we will see a lot of AI ML coming into the supply chain and different AI agents.
Sure, sir. Thanks, sir. Sir, Kunal sir, would you like to add?
So, as far as supply chain is concerned, I feel 4 or 5 key areas where it can really help is, one is solar driven warehouse, solar power. Second is try to use or try to avoid plastics in all form of primary packaging, secondary packaging. Third bit is EV, use the EV vehicles for your last mile deliveries and for all your vehicles. Fourth, to ensure that your ESG score is good. Whenever you are doing any, energy consumption, how to ensure that all those things are done in a correct way. Last but not the least, in terms of supply chain, which is ensure that you produce correctly with all sort of this AI tools, IVP and all other Kinaxis and all those things to ensure that you have less of wastage. Let me make this session more interactive. How many of you guys would have gone to this Kumbh Mela? Wow. Good. Did you see some change there? In terms of environment, sustainability, did you guys see some change there? I was there, so I'm just asking you guys. the way they have managed, tons and tons of all this waste was generated. I am telling you the way the government has managed the entire process. If anyone has gone or if they go to Prayagraj now, you will find the city will be as clean as earlier. Imagine 60 crore people or 65 crore, I don't know, that's the official number. But even after this, things are so well managed and the city is looking good. That means government has done a lot of job. Well, that's a hope. When you have a willingness should be there. Now, of course, my second question would be more interesting and I can see more number of hands will go up unless I am so wrong. How many of you guys have seen the Coldplay event in India this time? No one. Yeah, I have gone at the age of 45. Come on.
Typical MBA.
I know you, all of you guys will know. Coldplay has reduced their carbon footprint by more than 60 to 70%. So, they have these stages which generate the power. The people are dancing on the stages and then the power is automatically generated. Those plant-based wristbands. And I'll tell you, because this time where I stay, the Coldplay event was hardly 3 kilometers away from where I stay in Mumbai. That place was so well managed that you could see hardly any dirt, filth or anything. Entire plastic was collected, thrown in a correct way. So I feel, yes, when there is a will, there is a way. And I feel in the last 10 years, what I've personally seen, the biggest drive towards having a better environment is the Swachh Bharat Abhiyan. I think so globally this will be one of the key studies wherein how to ensure that cleanliness drive is there and how to ensure all the waste is there. Maybe it's a lunchtime, it is telling me. Anyway, so I think so that's Swachh Bharat Abhiyan has really taught us how can you do things in a correct way. So the future is good provided we all think in the same way. And next time I should see more hands on the Coldplay event. Thanks a lot. Sure, sir. Anything to add?
So linking back to sustainability and how future looks like, I think one of the biggest challenges in our journey would be competing priorities. As a business and as an organization, allocating time and allocating resources, like HCCD has taken on a lot of initiatives as part of the sustainability, but we have had to really focus, we have had to allocate resources, and we are able to do that because we are a big player in the market. But small businesses may find it extremely difficult to allocate resources, allocate time. Lack of standardization across industries, is also a big challenge. Data gathering, data matrices, and how do you review the data also becomes a very big challenge in terms of these initiatives. So those are some of the key challenges we have in terms of sustainability. As general supply chain professionals, definitely the next 5-10 years will pose a lot of different set of challenges. We have all been in the industry for 15 plus years, so our challenges when we started our careers were much different. But the post-COVID era and those disruptions have taught us that we are going to have new challenges and we have to build resilient supply chains. And how do we do that? We have to do a lot of scenario building. There is no yes or no answer in supply chain anymore. There are only scenarios, and if you play up on a certain aspect, what is the impact? If you play down on a certain aspect, what is the impact? And then you basically choose one solution out of a gamut of solutions which is best suited to you, considering the data that you have for decision making at that point in time. So every decision is right or wrong only in hindsight. At that point of time, you take the decision which is the best decision at that point in time, considering the data set that you have. So how to read data? Right now there is an overthrow of data that we have, but how to read and interpret that data correctly is also a challenge in supply chain through professionals.
Committee for declaring the results of the case study that happened in Paris to the afternoon, everyone. The Corporate Competition Committee hosted the Clockspeed 5.0, the Operations and Supply Chain Case Competition, as the key event of the conclave. The competition was held in 2 phases, spanning over 7 days. This year, over 680 teams participated in this competition, representing some of the country's most esteemed educational institutes. The teams showcased impressive creativity, analytical depth, and strategic thinking, and it was inspiring to witness such high levels of engagement and enthusiasm from all participants. Now it's our pleasure to announce the results of the case competition. The runner-up team is Team Ops Excellence from XLRI, represented by Chinmay Ashok Holkar and Arun Kumar. And the winner of the competition is a team led by Ankit Bhushan, Manisha Surendra and Akash Tiwari from SP Jain Institute of Management and Research. Although the winning team is not present with us today here, we want to acknowledge their outstanding work on the case. Their innovative solutions and thorough analysis truly stood out, and we congratulate them on their well-deserved victory. We were incredibly fortunate to have Professor Abhishek Chakravarti as our esteemed judge for this competition. His thoughtful feedback and insightful observations have greatly contributed to the resounding success of this event. We would also like to extend our heartfelt thanks to Professor Kanakraj, whose guidance was instrumental in organizing this competition. His support has been invaluable in ensuring the smooth execution of this competition. Thank you. Finally, on behalf of the conclave team, we would like to thank all the panelists, guests, dignitaries, support staff, and importantly, the students. A huge round of applause for the conclave committee conducting all conclave staff. Minutes of the details that goes into making the event successful. We would also like to thank the Conclave Committee for organizing this wonderful event that has brought us a myriad of stories, insights, and perspectives. Thanks to all the students, professors, and support staff in helping us conduct this event smoothly. Thank you all. Signing off for today, this is Isha.
And this is Shadi.